Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate y'all for checking with me. Y'all already know what it is. We back with another one of them things. Listen, it was so much to discuss yesterday that I really couldn't get to everything. But today and tonight, you know, we had to bring the clocks a little bit early. You know, it's NBA it's almost that time of year, ladies and gentlemen. It's almost that time of year. Y'all better wake up, smell of coffee. We ain't nothing but a couple of days out. Preseason basketball is fastly approaching. Charlotte Hornets basketball is right on the cusp. And listen, Media Day training camp has broken out day 1 of 22. You can check out the latest behind the scenes is out right now, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, the Charlotte Hornets have a lot of things to handle this year. And with all of these new faces and some returning, you know, some guys that need to really get a facelift out here, I'm telling you, now is never. You know, it's now or never. Pardon me. You seen they had to ship guys out who wasn't with the program. You know, you better get with it. Lamelo Ball, NB1, the one of one. Listen, he's ready to prove to everybody that he was worth every single penny of that contract. You know, and there's a lot of things to discuss all around the league. Shout out to Steve Clifford. I wish him nothing but the best. We're going to discuss him as well. There's a lot of things going on out there in Philadelphia. You know, it's a lot of crazy, troubling news that we must discuss. You know, it's a lot of crazy, troubling news going on all over the league. And there's a lot of good stories that we must talk about tonight. But it will start with the Charlotte Hornets. Don't forget about Lonzo Ball, ZO2, the Chino Hills prodigy. Lonzo Ball was back, you know, front and center, you know, vocal. You know, you don't speak like this if you don't know something is going on. And, you know, I'm telling you, he said a lot of things that I think people, you know, y'all got selective amnesia, you know, and that's why I'm here and we're here. We got to wake the people up, you know, because it's that time. It's that time. You know, I need everybody to hit the like button. If you're new, most definitely hit the subscribe button. It's Flight Sports TV. It's go time for the Lamelo Ball and the Hornets. I got the chief bar trend in the building. You know, Media Day has erupted. It's been major news all over. Everybody's talking. What's your thoughts on Charlotte Hornets basketball? You know, you see what's going on with Media Day. Give us your early thoughts.
Well, man, it's going to be a very, very, very exciting NBA season this year. You know, there are so many storylines, so much to talk about, man, and everything. So, man, it's going to be it's flight is full, bro. Every team, there's damn near a storyline for every team. Any team you pick, you know. So I was watching. It was hard to keep up with all the media days because they was going back and forth. Different teams have different ways of handling their media days. So, you know, I focused, of course, on the Charlotte Hornets and LaMelo Ball. That's one of my focuses. But also this year, you know, I'm focused on the Bulls and everything. So I get the best of both worlds. I get to watch my Bulls. And, you know, Lonzo, of course, is with my Bulls. LaMelo's with the Charlotte Hornets. You know, so I'm good on both both sides of what I like to cover. Although I am a basketball junkie, Flight, I watch all the teams. I watch all the players. I love the game of basketball, man. I've been watching it since 1985.
Right.
So I've been watching it for a while. So yeah, man, it was full. It was full. It was full. A lot of people got a lot of things to prove. In particular in Charlotte. I did a live on it yesterday in response. Check it out if you haven't been through. Me and the chat had an interesting talk. So Flight, I'm gonna since I've been into the house a couple of times, Flight, I'm gonna start opening the refrigerator door now.
You gotta do that.
So that's what I'm gonna start doing now. Now I'm over here, so I'm gonna let loose a little bit more. I was a bit polite. I was polite the last time I was over here, so so
Yeah,
now,
you don't gotta be polite.
yeah. So no, so I'm not gonna be polite now. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go into who I am and what makes me very hot in these YouTube streets. Saying why people fuck with my content. What I'm saying? So yeah, so where do you want to start, Flight? Where we headed,
Well, I mean, obviously, the Charlotte Hornets, everybody's back in place. Lamelo Ball is looking to validate this contract. Lamelo Ball is preaching, leadership is his time. What does that look like with this team? You got the new play-in scenario, not part of me, the new in-season tournament. You got
Yes.
Miles missing an extended period of time. The Charlotte Hornets, to me personally, I feel like they are really firing up with the Jets, but it seems like the deck is really stacked against them when you think of all of these obstacles. You mean to tell me you got these competitive games early on in the season, which I do believe the Hornets, they could use, but this is a young team. They got a lot of young guys with them. And then you got no Miles. I just feel like in the beginning, initially, the deck could be stacked. What does this leadership look like for LaMelo Ball through the duration of the 82 games? Shout out Thunder with the $5 super chat.
Shout out Thunder. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Welcome. Shout out some of the BTW that came over, man. Some of the tribe from my channel came over. Welcome. Glad y'all could pull up. So I got the schedule pulled up for Charlotte on my computer now. So the first 10 games without Miles, you got Atlanta, Detroit, Brooklyn, at Houston, at Indiana, which is a shit list game. You know what I'm saying? At Dallas, that's going to be interesting. Washington, and Washington in Charlotte, and then Washington, that's a back-to-back, Washington back-to-back. Your Knicks, on the 12th, Miami, and then the first in the play-in tournament games is Washington on the 10th, Miami on the 14th, Milwaukee on the 17th, and then New York on the 28th. And that Milwaukee game is when Miles comes off his suspension in Charlotte. So that's when Miles will come off his suspension and everything, So it's going to be an interesting 10 games. And this is something I mentioned last time, Flight. Lamelo was talking about. Lamelo came into Charlotte talking about he's going to bring leadership to this franchise, in essence, he's going to bring the culture of LaMelo Ball here. And you can see it, particularly this year. You can see LaMelo's fingerprints is all over this team. The deal with Last Beast, that deal isn't made. That deal is made because it fits with LaMelo's personality. He's a social media sensation. Now they got another one. They're trying to bring young eyes on. They're trying to bring young eyes to Charlotte, where the energy is at. The youth is buying LaMelo shoes. The NBO 1s, 2s, and 3s are the hottest shoe in the NBA right now. It is the hottest shoe, and it's flying off the shelves. You got whole men. I saw it was in New York. I think it was in New York, Flight, on the court. This dude had on a do-rag, and he was dancing or something with those shoes on. And I was like, usually certain shoes, you know, black men, there's certain shoes black men ain't gonna put on their feet, but they put on the metal shoes. Bright shoes. Some of us don't like those bright shoes. You know what I'm saying? So um with the interest now, he is taking on a leadership role. He's been paid, you know. He's a $250 million man just off of Charlotte. So he's going to now, and they have asked him now to take on leadership. What does this mean? He's wearing ankle braces this year, Flight, for the first time.
Yeah.
You know
We're
what I'm
gonna see
saying?
what that look like.
We'll see what it look like, but what he's doing
He's
is
comfortable.
he want to see if he's comfortable. So far, so good. You know, we'll see if he'll keep the ankle braces or he'll say, "Nah, I'm throwing these away." You know, but that is a sign that he wants to. If this will keep me on the floor, then I will do this. If this will help me stay active so that I can lead this team to wins and things like that, because that tells me that he has an understanding that without his presence, this team is not going to go. This team is only going to go as far as Lamelo Ball takes it. And I think he understands that. And I think he's embraced it in his own way. You see what I'm saying? You know, there's talk of LaMelo being more vocal and being in people's faces. And LaMelo doesn't have to change who he is to lead. You know what I'm saying? You know, LaMelo. The thing that I love about LaMelo is that there you can feel like you're hooping again when you were young, before the politics, before the business, when it was just you, that basketball, and 10 guys playing, you know, just for the glory of who would win the game. You know what I'm saying? Who had the most skill. And that was it. You know what I'm saying? Now, some courts, of course, you know, money on the side, play for money, things like that. But still, LaMelo Ball's aura, I don't like using that term, aura. I don't like that at all. The way he plays, the energy he brings, people are relaxed. They have fun, you know, and there can be a seriousness in having the fun, right? You know, without you being uptight, you know, it's a business enough. You know what I'm saying? So LaMelo is bringing that type of atmosphere where you free to be yourself and we can work together to win. There are those who disagree with his method of gang and including everybody, but I like that. You know, from the top guy to the guy on the end of the bench, that's gang for LaMelo Ball. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm not so far away from them, even though I am the quote unquote star, that I don't embrace anybody who's in the Charlotte Hornet uniform is gang. And once they leave, they're gone. But once they're in their uniform, they're gang, regardless, you know. And so I like that. That's leadership. That's leadership, you know, that's how you get everyone to buy in. You don't say I'm the star and therefore I don't embrace you. Stop that. That's some old narcissistic shit, you know. So I like his approach, Flight. I like his approach. And Gordon Hayward said that he's approached. No, he's growing, man. He's 22. You know, so I don't expect LaMelo to be at 22 the same way he was at the age of 18. You know, and he still has growth to do. He said it in the press conference that he will grow into the role of a leader. You know, he's growing in that role. So growing into that role, he'll have people around that he can look at to see, okay, I see how you do it. I will take parts of it. And of course, Flight, ultimately, in terms of leadership, he he has his father to look at in terms of leadership. You know, in terms of he is the son of LeVar Ball, and LeVar Ball
Yes.
has given the example of what leadership is in his house and his vision for his family and his sons, you know. So, and LaMelo feeds from that example. That's why he said when he began to set up LaFrance, when he began to set up one-on-one, when he began to even the Puma deal, when he began to do all those things, he said, I do this because this is what my pops did. He did this with BBB, and I wanted to create something, myself, not saying that he wanted to go away from the brand, but he wanted, I think, say, hey, Pop, you made something. I support that, but I can make some things because I saw you do it. So I can do it too, because I'm your son. I love that. So I think he'll take his time and grow into his role, and I think as time progresses as the point guard, he'll get more, he may get more vocal. He might direct more, the people who would dribble up the people who dribble the ball up the floor. I don't think you're going to see a lot of that this year. Number one, Coach Clifford is not going to allow it. I think if Lamelo Ball don't have the ball in his hands, it'll be the hands of Brandon Miller, unless Lamelo's on the bench, because they're skilled. They're both skilled players that can do it. And I think that's what it'll be. So, yeah. So leadership is the big thing. He's the guy. He's the face of the team. He's the face of the franchise. He is the face of advertising and partnerships, and everything. So it feels like he has the keys and he's driving the car and he got a shit list and he's taking some names.
That's exactly what it sounds like. What about Steve Clifford? What do you see from him? Because he's got an influx now. This guy was brought in by Michael Jordan. It's obviously a new regime. But one thing I know about Steve Clifford is he's no, greatest coach of all time, but he was brought there for a specific reason, which is to get them to the playoffs. If you notice Clifford's teams, at the very least, they make the playoffs, while he's there. Do you think that he's going to be able to recreate that magic with this current Hornets roster? You got to remember, it wasn't always hell on earth the way it is right now. They were knocking on the door. How can they get back to that door?
Steve Clifford has said from his mouth that this is the most talented team he's ever coached. More so than the one he took to the playoffs when he was here before. You see what I'm saying? Like Twin said in the comments, man. Mel needs to keep it the same, lead by example. That's the best way to lead. Run your mouth. Well, run your mouth when it gets you so far. People want to see you do it. But Steve Clifford, I think he was brought in on a very team-friendly deal, and he wasn't. I think he was brought in as a pass-through, but Lamelo Ball really likes Steve Clifford, and that means something. If your franchise likes the coach, that may buy him some time, there with the franchise. Lamelo Ball is glued. Clifford said he'll text him all in the night, asking him questions, and how to improve his game or certain things that he saw, he'll discuss with the coach. As the point guard, that's what he's supposed to do. And as the star player, it is necessary for the coach to have a good rapport with their star player. I think that the previous coach prior to Steve Clifford did not have that connect with Lamelo Ball the way Steve Clifford has. And, Steve is singing his praises, he's been working on him, improving on areas need to improve on. He said Lamelo just need to, they want to put into something that I've been screaming for, that I saw more of last year. Steve Clifford is running more pick and roll plays for Lamelo Ball. Lamelo Ball is a pick and roll master. You put him in that pick and roll, because of how he was trained and raised to play basketball even as a child, pick and roll basketball, Lamelo, whoever's on the other side of that pick and roll will eat if Lamelo Ball's on that pick and roll. And he can, of course, choose to eat himself. And this year, Coach Clifford said he wanted to involve Lamelo in pick and rolls outside of the centers. He wanted to create other types of pick and rolls. So, you see him with Miles on the pick and roll. PJ, of course, him and PJ got a good pick and roll, chemistry. You see him maybe with Brandon Miller, pick and roll Brandon Miller and others. So he's gonna maximize LaMelo's skill set in that pick and roll, and I think it's good. And Dex is here too. I think it's good because this is preparation for down the road when the Hornets begin to enter into the playoffs, when the game is slow, Lamelo can learn. Lamelo can play fast, but he also can be effective in the half court with the pick and roll and other plays.
Right, great point. Listen, I got my man All Access in the building. Dex, talk to the people. We live.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in these streets. Shout out to the panel as it reaches its premium peak. And shout out to the chat and this convocation in all of its cacophony spewing out of the cracks and cracks. I'm talking about a major big ups to everybody pulling up to Flight Sports TV and enjoying this here. But listen, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. And if you're feeling a little gifty, if perhaps you're feeling a little gifty, please show your generosity in the super chat, the PayPal, or the Cash App. Whichever mode fits you best will definitely be appreciated. And we want to thank Flight in the most humble spirit for inviting us to a front row seat
Absolutely.
to this extravaganza. Yes, sir. Salute Bartran, salute Flight, salute everybody out there in YouTube landscape. What is really going on with the Charlotte Hornets? What is going on with Rick and Gabe? I'm talking about the two new owners who is happy as a lark that they have an opportunity to direct an organization in winning ways. And they can have their fingerprint on it. Can Charlotte survive the encounters night in and night in the Eastern Conference? Charlotte has what it takes to get into a situation where they can spend this roster is basically the same for the last 4 years, except for a few remnants and one expectation in the draft this season. And Brandon Miller, is that going to be enough to propel or catapult Charlotte into a playoff scenario? I want to hear from the panel because I think there's a lot of pandering going on to the Charlotte fan base. And I'm just not convinced that this is the year that Charlotte gets into a playoff scenario. I understand Rick Fowler of the Charlotte Observer wrote an article talking about make or break season. I think the guy lost his mind to ever put Charlotte into a make or break situation with the resources that they currently is dealing with. I think he's asking too much. If I may say so myself, I think he's asking too much, if I may say so myself. Based on this, if you have LaMelo Ball and Brandon Miller, okay? If you have LaMelo Ball and Brandon Miller, and Miles Bridges. I don't know what version of Miles Bridges is available. I don't know what he have left in the tank. I'm not sure. We have to see during training camp and preseason, and that give us an inkling of a whiff of what kind of Miles, or what version of Miles Bridges that the Charlotte Hornet will receive. But I don't think it's enough. I just don't think it's enough. I don't think PJ Washington is enough. I definitely don't think Kevin Rozier is enough. And I don't think Gordon Hayward is enough. So, in surmising all that, I just believe Charlotte Hornets is really bereft of nice, young, decent talent. And that shouldn't be a mark against Charlotte, but it should show that Charlotte is willing to move away from the Michael Jordan era and move into the Rick and Gabe era. I think they need to wash this season. And this season should be for everybody to learn how to win. That should be the indelible mark that Rick and Gabe should impress on the Charlotte Hornets this season going forward. And if you happen to overachieve, then, you clap your hands and say hallelujah. But other than that, speaking about a make or break it season, I mean, Clifford should be on his way out anyway, because he's not the right coach for these youngsters. Mitty should be out anyway. Mitty should be out anyway because he's not the right GM. Mitty is not the right purpose for the Charlotte Hornets. Mitty is there for rest and relaxation. He's there for doing Michael favor. Choi, try to do his thing, but it just didn't work out with Choi. And Mitty came in as a favor for Mike, as a filler, not as a facilitator, but as a filler. And he can just ride off into the sunset on Michael's dime. This team, the way it's currently constructed, they're not ready yet. And if any Charlotte fan thinks that this is going to compete for something in the Eastern Conference, as currently constructed, I think they're sadly mistaken. But I can tell you, Lamelo, LaFrance Ball, I can tell you this about Lamelo. In good faith, I can tell you this about Lamelo, LaFrance Ball. He is worth the price of admission. No doubt, hands down. But it's just not going to be enough to challenge respectively for a decent seed in the playoff scenario situation. But watching him night in and night out, he is definitely worth the price of admission. Like Martin.
Well, good call, Dax. I really like the points that you made. It's going to be interesting to see. You definitely point out mostly some of the guys being out. I think guys like Kupchak definitely on their last leg, in my humble opinion. If he doesn't get it rectified, and let's say they flop or things don't go right, I could see this being his last season just because of the new regime that has came in. And then I think Clifford will follow as well, despite him being there. I just think it's just unusual circumstances for him. But he knew what it was when he took this job. I'm pretty sure he knew that Michael Jordan and how long he was going to be there. And this crazy. There's some breaking news on Jordan because this is just a very rich man, despite moving on from these Charlotte Hornets. But I want to know how much involvement is Michael going to be in, because we haven't heard that he's completely out of it, but I want to hope that he don't, mix or screw anything up. But let's see what this current regime does. Can they add the necessary pieces? Are they going to be aggressive at the trade deadline? I want to see what they do. Are they going to operate like a regularly organized organization out there, or they're gonna
Of
continue to
course,
give us more of the pass?
of
What you
course.
say?
Like these are East Coast cats, Northeast to be exact, and I think they just have a winning spirit, and they just couldn't wait to be able to put their fingerprints on the Charlotte Hornets moving forward. I just think that oh boy, I don't even know how to unpack this and be nice about it. I
Dex.
just think that Michael did what he did, and we know we talked about it at a nauseum about Michael playing a 50-50 game. And look, Uncle Vern, if you somewhere in the building, Michael Jordan is $3 billion richer now, and never had more than 3 or 4 winning seasons for the 15 years he had the team, and he's $3 billion strong. So I, I just think it's just disgraceful to me that you just, pimp the situation to the point where it was all about the bread for you. And listen, I'm not mad. It's a capitalist society that we live in. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not really mad at that. But for him to be a basketball phenom, debatedly the GOAT of all time, and then he flees the system like this, and he gives back the Charlotte Hornets like they're a bag of bones. There's no meat on this cat. This cat has been skinned to the bone, and Michael Jordan is the one feasting off of it. So I'm glad that he's out and he's gone, but he's not totally out. But he doesn't have the veto power anymore, and that's what matters when you're in the position of power of influence. You want the last say so. So he don't have that, but he might have some type of influence. And listen, Cliffy brings in Patrick Ewing, right? He brings in Patrick Ewing as one of his new assistants. I don't know if they line Patrick Ewing up to be the next coach of the Charlotte Hornets. And if that's the case, then that's gonna be an interesting situation and all into itself, right?
Go call. Good, Bartram.
Yeah, so I think we can keep it a buck. Shit, Michael Jordan left the apartment a mess. And the new people that have come into the house got to have a lot of cleaning up to do because of how Michael left that team. It is what it is, So because of this, I've been I've seen a lot of things said about the Charlotte Hornets. How they don't care for the players, blah 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 blah. And I'm not disputing any of that, but what I am saying is that when Michael left, all that was put on that regime. Now you got a new regime. And so now they have to attack and prioritize certain things they want to deal with and then work through those things, and from what I've seen, they prioritize the image of the Hornets, at least the PR, some of it. I noticed some things with Miles Bridges that kind of bothered me. I'll speak to later on, but that's kind of what I've seen, right? MJ is $3 billion. He's $3 billion. He got a $3 billion bag and he's off into the sunset. I think that the only time that we'll see Michael Jordan again is to enforce this symbolism of Michael Jordan being this grandiose, GOAT and all those other things to, keep him in front of the people. But other than that, I don't see any, other than, because the ownership said, well, we'll consult Michael and all that stuff. And I said on my live stream, I said, if I buy a team, if I just spent $3 billion on a franchise from a foreign owner, I ain't asking him shit. There's nothing for us to talk about. I have the team. It is mine. I'm going to put my fingerprints on it. You see what I'm saying? And if the other politics of the NBA that Michael's involved with, that can be something else to the side. But this is my team. And when new people come in, particularly leadership like that, eventually they will put their fingerprints on it. I think Patrick Ewing, I thought about that, Dex, that, oh, wow, they might be making, because he's a quote unquote consultant, Now for the bigs, I think Patrick Ewing's presence will be good for Mark Williams and Nick Richards. His presence will help them really be, he can teach and show them and hopefully work with them on the finer points of protecting that house. There was talk that Mark Williams now is looking to shoot a 3-pointer once in a while, which I said no. Don't stay your ass. If you're going to step outside, if the midi is open, shoot that. Don't be trying to shoot these threes. Every big in this league can't shoot a damn three. There's ways he can space the floor without running out to the 3-point line. I want him close to that basket so that when Lamelo or Brandon or honestly Brandon Miller goes in there, I need a big that's available for that pass, and one who won't drop the passes and can go in and dunk the ball or get fouled at least. So I'm interested in Mark Williams' free throw percentage when he get the ball and he's fouled, because LaMelo has, just like Magic used to do, Magic would pass the ball, and sometimes who he passed it to wouldn't complete the play because Magic's pass was so good that he ended up getting fouled and had to go to the free throw line. So that's what I want to see. So I think that they said in their presser that everybody is under evaluation. That's what they said. Everybody. And they didn't say, well, no, we know Mitch is safe. We didn't say Clifford was safe. They said everybody's under evaluation. I believe that naturally Mitch and Clifford are both on the clock. Now, depending on how the season goes, well, in terms particularly of Steve Clifford, if the Hornets come out and lose, and they lose in a way. Now, I'm not saying that they're competitive and lost, right? I'm saying if they play a game where they're like blown out or something early on, then Clifford's out. They'll just go ahead and pull the plug. They may move Patrick over, or they may have an interim coach. But I do see Steve Clifford's on the clock. I think that LaMelo balls connect with Clifford if they're winning. That's why I said earlier, may give him life, but to make it to the next level, they're going to need a higher level coach than Steve Clifford. But I think that will happen down the road once the team improves to a point where they can justify getting a high level coach for the team. I believe that's in the cards. I think Mitch is on his way out. I don't think Mitch is going to stay there too long. I can tell by when they made this deal with Last Beast, it's a youth. They want to present Charlotte as a youthful type culture. So I can see a scenario that when a new GM, Mitch, he's old. I'm not saying that to be disrespectful to anyone, who is quote unquote old, but a fresh face, a young, fresh, dynamic GM, I think eventually they will get that in Charlotte. Now, who that is, I don't know, but I believe they'll get that in Charlotte. The same with the coaching, I think they're going to look to really put their stamp on it. And as you said, Dex, and I've said, these, Rick Snall, it's weird how they have it set up. It's like Dex. Rick Snall kind of runs things for 4 or 5 years, and then Gabe Plotkin will run it for 5 years. It's like a 10-year thing they have going. So right now, Rick Snall is like the one that has, I guess, the veto power or the last say. Then Gabe will have it 5 years later. So when I saw Patrick Ewing when they showed Patrick Ewing coming through there, Gabe Plotkin was in the background, all smiles. So I think they are looking to insert themselves there. PR has definitely improved, so I think now as far as the team itself, I think that they could squeeze into the play-in at least. I don't think they're going to be at the bottom of the East. I think Indiana's going to be at the bottom of the East. I saw their team. That team is a lottery team, so you got Boston and Milwaukee at the top, right? Then I was wondering, Dex, why you kept talking about Cleveland, but I forgot about Imani Bates. That was a steal.
Oh, yes. Shout out to Imani Bates, man. You already know. We definitely was covering him as well. We still do cover him. Be on the lookout. There's a lot of things going on with him. What you expect from him? I don't know if I believe in the whole Cavalier situation, but I like him out of all of them. I'm not a Cav. I'm not feeling the Cavs though. Look at that.
Imani Bates, man, if he cooks the way he would, if his game translate, which I believe it will, Cleveland got to steal. And I think that between Garland and Mitchell, I think Mitchell won't be there long term. I think he's already kind of put out signals in the press conference. He's not going to sign no extension until next year, and I think he's going to test the market. I think Mitchell will be out of Cleveland. I think this is his last year in Cleveland, and then it'll be more. They need more of a tall guard in this East. Two short guards is not going to work in this East anyway.
Chief, I think that Mitchell will get more money if he signed later than sooner.
You think he'll get more money if he sign later? I don't know if he like Cleveland, Dex. But if it depends on what he want, Dex. If he want the money, he'll stay. If he's in the situation, what you gonna say, Flight?
You said that. No, I was gonna say they talking after the season for him. I heard some news on the contract for him. I'm hearing that they won't discuss nothing until the season's end. He don't want to do nothing right now.
Yes.
We've heard that so many times.
He's staying in Utah.
He's testing free agency, goddammit.
Yeah, he's gonna test it. I mean, it's the nature of these things, man.
He made a mistake. He should have came to New York.
Yeah.
He should have fought hard to get where he needed to go.
Oh, you wanted to come to New York, huh?
Well, I think he did want to come to New York, but the problem was in Utah, he wasn't forcing his way to New York. He just was, hey man, I just want to get traded. They just send me any goddamn where. That's how. But quietly behind the scenes, he was partnering up with Darius Garland and looking to go. Mind you, he's from New York. He ain't from New York City. But I mean, I think he's from up top New York. Shout out to up top. But it is what it is. It's a mess. That he didn't come. He didn't fight to come to his hometown. Because I believe that's all they needed to get the deal done. But it's crazy.
He made a mistake now. He got that spot. Brunson got that spot now, like.
He would have been playing alongside Brunson.
Yeah.
But I mean, it is what it is. You win some, you lose some. The Knicks, they're moving in the right direction. I definitely want to get into some New York Knicks basketball at some point today as well. How do you view the Knicks? What's your opinion on the New York Knicks?
I think the key should be turned over to Brunson, and Julius Randle needs to take a role as the number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Brunson, the playoffs. I think Brunson has shown that he should be the dog on that team. And Julius Randle, Randle is so enigmatic sometimes, so moody, but I think, like I said, when I was on it before, I think that Randle needs to not take a step all the way back, but he definitely, I think that he should see himself more as helping support Bronson, and Bronson will make sure that Julius eats. I know you high on RJ Barrett. I'm not as high on RJ as you are.
Well, I mean, I'm not as high either. I just said that I'm hoping. I just have hope with the New York Knicks. But RJ Barrett is, just like I say, caused a lot of heartache. He's definitely not getting the job done, especially when you look at Zion. That's a big time drop off. He's not one option in New York. Like I said, but he's getting better, and he is a player. He is a starter, but I mean, he's just not. He's not the number one option, and I think that's what the New York Knicks need. I hope he could grow into that.
We'll see. The Maple, maybe the Mamba will come out because it's just the Maple right now. And Tibbs, but Tibbs is very set in his ways as a coach. I'm from Chicago. I'm very familiar with Tibbs in his ways. When Derrick Rose was there, man. So there's a certain type of player that Tibbs like, and I think sometimes that's a double-edged sword with the way Tibbs coaches, man. It can be good for some things, but other things. Sometimes Tibbs gets in his own way. Sometimes that I've seen, But so I see New York. And I think New York can make it in, man. I mean, the loss of Obi Toppin, I don't think is going to hurt the Knicks that bad. I don't think it is. Bronson, Bronson has in New York what could have been a beautiful thing in Dallas, but they got Kyrie there now. I see New York in the middle of the pack. Miami, I think, is taking a step down. Chasing for Dame, Pat didn't make no other moves. And I think Miami's going to take a step down. Philly with Philly trying to cling to James Harden. That's the mess in Philly right now. James is when James shuts down, he shuts down. He is not going to contribute to winning in Philadelphia. He'll get lazy.
James Harden's mama boy.
Dex, when he shuts down, man.
James.
Yeah, they are not winning shit with Harden there.
No, it's over.
So Philly's gonna take a step down, right? So with Atlanta, John Collins is in Utah now. I was surprised. They still got Capella. Big O, maybe Big O can step up, maybe. In that mix, Brooklyn's back, Ben Simmons is talking big, he's talking big shit now, and we can only go as far as Ben and Mikhail will take us, and all this other talk going on out of Brooklyn. We'll see. I'm tired of seeing the videos from Ben Simmons. I want to see what he's going to do right now. If he has the mindset to be the guy, we'll see. I think that with these teams kind of faltering a little bit, I think that gives room for the other teams. I would watch Detroit very closely. I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Detroit. I'm liking what I see out of Orlando. Washington, I don't think, Poole and Kuzma, they're going to score some points, but I think Washington will need a little bit more. So in that mix, I think that there's room for the Hornets. I don't think the Hornets will be at the very bottom of the East. Again, I think that Tyrese this year will be there to entertain, and that's it. I don't see them. I don't think Indiana has the horses. There's way more talented teams in the East right now. My Bulls, that team is on the clock. They all know it. They're busy. Lonzo Ball, they're talking a lot about Lonzo. Lonzo has said he's not going to be back until next season. So they're going to have to find a way to make it work without Lonzo Ball. Now, what I see, if that team, Michael and Jerry Reinsdorf are very stingy with their money, and the GM AK said that they are already in the luxury tax or close to it or whatever, right? If the Bulls don't make the playoffs this year, that team will be broken up because Jerry and Michael Reinsdorf do not spend money like that. They don't. So if they're close, and Lonzo has said he will return next season. So the only question will be, what uniform will Lonzo be in? I am hoping that the Bulls play well enough to keep Lonzo in Chicago, because even though the fan base is divided over the injury, but there's a lot of love for Lonzo in Chicago, and if that team plays well enough, maybe maybe they'll try to keep Lonzo in the fold in Chicago. Maybe.
I hope so. I hope that they.
I like that. I like Lonzo's situation in Chicago. I like it a lot. I love his situation up there. For his overall, situation, I think it's a good situation. But we'll see.
If it ended, I mean, it wouldn't be good because we never really got a chance to really see it anyway.
Right.
Right when it was getting
going.
Going.
For half a season. You got a chance to see it for half a season.
Yeah, we have to see what it can do, man. And that's why people still talking about it.
And that's why I think Mark Eversley and AK is going to stand pat when it comes to Lonzo. Now, I hear a lot of the Bulls content creators keep trying to package Lonzo's contract for some reason. I mean, like how easy you think that is to package a contract like that, especially after they apply for the disabled, you
Yeah,
know,
that's not
and
happening.
and, and and getting money for that. And now you're talking about trading them. I'm like, come on, man, where are the real Bulls fans at? Like, I need to hear from them. You know what I'm saying? Because these content creators, they just blowing hot air. Because everything Drew Holiday is available. Oh, we can package Lonzo contract and we can get Drew Holiday, and they selling this fluff to their fans, to their constituents, and that's not fair. You know what I mean? That's borderline scamming right there. Oh, David Lillard's available. If we can package Lonzo contract, and that'll be 21 million off the books, and we can get David Lillard and throw a piece or two in, but they never mention Patrick Williams. If you're not mentioning Patrick Williams in any type of real decent trade, then you're bullshit. Because that's really, because Zach is not going nowhere, but that's really one of the only pieces that you can bargaining to another team, that he's young, he's fresh, he's still raw, and he's still learning basketball, and he's very pliable. And if you can convince another GM of the pliableness of a Patrick Williams, man, somebody might throw the farm at you and take a chance, you know, and just say, well, he just needs to be in a different space and let his head clear out. And listen, the guy was going to be tremendous. He just needs a different space. Chicago just wasn't the space for him. If you're not talking like that and you're a Bulls content creator, you're cheating the fans. Straight up.
Yeah, I'm high on Patrick Williams, man. I think with Booch, Levine, and DeRozan there's only so much he can do right now. You know, on another team, I think he would get more opportunities. You know, but where he's behind 3 All-Stars and Lonzo, so he gotta, he gotta pick where he can. He gotta pick where he got to pick. And I think that if they choose to break this team up, then they will look to Patrick Williams, because AK did say they want to see more out of him. So I think they'll look to Patrick Williams if they choose to break this team up, which is a strong possibility that they may do. They are negotiating with DeMar DeRozan, so we'll see. We'll see what happens, man. We'll see. I think the Bulls, hopefully the Bulls will be in the mix, man. I don't.
Yeah. And it's really unfortunate for Patrick that he got drafted in the 2000 draft, right behind Lamelo Ball. That doesn't help him at all. And Anthony Edwards, that's the number 1 overall pick, and Patrick Williams was the 4th pick overall. The only thing that's saving Patrick Williams Heine right now, the only thing that's saving Patrick Williams Heine right now is the James Wiseman situation. If James Wiseman would have panned out to be half of what he is right now, they would consider Patrick Williams a bust.
Yes. James got some things to. Oh boy, James Wiseman is on a team that has Isaiah Stewart, Jalen Duran, who's a beast already at 19, and Marvin Bagley. And so he has to sort that out in Detroit, and they're young and hungry. Yeah, I agree. Wiseman's situation, Wiseman being traded, that saved Patrick Williams, and I think some grace was given to him because of the type of team he's on. Low key, no, I just want to keep it a buck here as a Bulls fan. I was hoping that the Hornets took Patrick Williams. I was hoping that Lamelo fell to number 4 because I wanted him on the Bulls, but we got Lonzo. So I think that the Hornets, they've made the play-in every year. I think that they can still make the play-in. I think they can, but it's Detroit and Orlando, they are getting very good. They are getting very good right now. It's gonna be a fight in the East, man. It's the East ain't as weak as it has been in the past. You got Boston, Milwaukee at the top, but a lot of good teams in the middle, man. A lot of good teams in the middle. And we'll see. I think the Hornets, the Hornets are going to have to move on from Terry Rozier. He is a 6'1" shooting guard that is of the past. You're not going to win in the era of the unicorn with a 6'1" shooting guard. it's not going to work. It's not going to work anymore. And I think with what's being said by Brandon Miller, high praise for Brandon Miller by everybody. Everyone's been talking. Brandon Miller's a 6'9" skilled wing, and they got him listed in the training camp. I saw the roster. Brandon Miller's listed as a guard forward or forward guard. So they believe that he can play the 2, the 3, and the 4 on offense and on defense. That's what they're seeing out of him right now. He's gained his weight back. I think he was a little sick. He gained his weight back. And the talk is he's ready to contribute right away to the Hornets, which is good, because what will happen is now, if he is cooking the way he should, then that will open the door for Gordon to be moved or Terry to be moved so that they can open up for him to start and to play significant minutes since he has the skill to play. Talent like that, you cannot keep on the bench. And because this is a new regime and because they were involved in the selecting of Brandon Miller, they are invested in seeing his success. Because this is their first pick, even though it was quote unquote consulted with Michael Jordan, but the new regime wanted Brandon Miller, and they are very impressed with what they are seeing out of him so far. You know what I'm saying? So I think that those are things that have to be sorted out with the Hornets. They have a lot of guards that they have to figure out who is going to be the guard next to Lamelo Ball. A 3 and D is really all they need. Next to Lamelo, because he's on the other side. You don't need no dynamic guard on the side of Lamelo Ball. Just need somebody to be able to hit that open shot when Lamelo passes them the ball with all the attention that he will be creating. Miles Bridges, they showed Lamelo did a walkthrough. You know how Lamelo is. He had the phone, the selfie, and he was greeting everybody, gang to Nick Richards. When he got to Miles Bridges, I noticed something. It's something I had spoke on previously on my platform. And I believe I said this, Flight, when I was last up here. Flight, Miles has to walk a very, very thin, tight rope this year because of what happened in the offseason. You see what I'm saying? So when Lamelo got to Miles started doing a dance for a moment. You know what I'm saying? And then he stopped suddenly and said, "Hey guys, hey y'all." And I was like, see, Flight, I told you that I said the last time I was up here. I said, there ain't gonna be no cups. Miles ain't gonna be tweeting out no cups this year. You know what I'm saying? No cups. RTB, MB, that's not happening. You know what I'm saying? If Miles Bridges releases anything, unwrapping, it'll be a Will Smith type situation. He'll be reading Mother Goose. That'll be the only thing he'll be rhyming this year. Miles has to, and I feel bad for him because he has to alter that Flint part of him so that because of what happened, he has to maintain this smiling image. He's, tweeting out things about anime and all this stuff. And, it's like, I see what it is. He said it doesn't matter if he starts or not. Flight. He said in his press conference yesterday, it don't matter if I Flight index. It doesn't matter if I start or not. I just want to contribute to winning. I can come and play defense. So Flight at the end of the 10 games, Miles will remain on the bench. He's not going to start. They will put Brandon Miller there before they put Miles there. I'm just saying. We'll see. We'll see the receipts in 10 games. We'll come back in 10 games. And either I'll be correct, or we can do a roast. But Miles, they have to manage the PR of Miles Bridges, and at the end of his suspension, even though he has paid the price off he's paid, he's did what he had to do, off the court to handle or deal with that situation. And hopefully he is continuing to do right by his family and those other things, which is out of our, sight. But in the terms of him returning to the NBA, returning to play, then he's gonna be eased in slowly. He's not just gonna come and start. Miles may be a 6-man all this year. Plus, they just paid PJ that $48 million 3-year deal. So I like I said when I was here last time, the starting 5 will be Lamelo, Terry, Gordon Hayward, PJ Washington, Mark Williams. And there, I believe the talk up, I think we had this talk flight. I think the talk up of they're talking up Gordon Hayward and Terry Rozier so that if they plan to make a deal with them at the trade deadline or at the end of the season, they can talk them up. Just like Dex, you said, they can convince the GM about Patrick Williams. Well, if Gordon, I know there was some in my chat and some in Charlotte that says that both Gordon and Terry should come off the bench. I said, number one, that's $51 million. I think 50 to $55 million between both of them on the bench. I said, that's not going to happen. And I said, number two, if they intend on moving them with those contracts, Gordon may be a little easier because he's an expiring. He can, they can move him right quick. And then once his contract is over, then for teams right now, especially teams that are having issues with the cap, Gordon is perfect. Terry will be a little more, they have to be a bit more creative with Terry, but Terry can't be off the bench if they intend on moving him because the GMs will question, why am I taking on all this money, $23 million, for somebody who's coming off the bench? So for that reason, they have to start, but we'll see how it goes, man, because in the first 10 games, they should win half those games from what I've seen. We'll see how Washington does, but we'll see, man. I mean, it's going to be the NBA is full, and the Hornets want the focus to be on new management and new vibe to the team. That's why Kai Jones isn't with them right now because he's disrupting. This is not the year for him to disrupt the vibe that they're trying to put out there, and I'm sure that was communicated to them once they took the team. I am sure it was communicated to them that this is the vibe that they want to have for the team. Mitch has been, it's more jovial and all this other stuff. But again, I think they're on the clock, Dex. Like, this year may be their last year. I believe it's their last year. I think they are at this point interim until they figure out what they're gonna do with them. But that's just what I think. Charlotte, I think they'll make the play-in again. I think they'll win enough to make the play-in. Now, where in that play-in, I'm not ready to say where. But I think they'll make the play-in unless Detroit or Orlando get really hot. If they play very well, that might push the Hornets down. But if they're still young and gelling and they good one day and not so good the next, I think Charlotte can squeeze into a play-in. And now from there, we'll see if they'll get over the hump of actually making the playoffs. And if they make the playoffs and be a tough out in the playoffs for Charlotte, that'll be a success this year. If they get in and get put out the playoffs.
You said Charlotte would be a tough out in the playoffs?
I said if they make it in and if they are a tough out, I think it'll be a success for Charlotte. If they get in, at least they win a game in the playoffs, or at least make it tough.
You also, Chief, you said something earlier about Indiana finishing at the bottom. Could you explain that? Because Indiana have a pretty solid unit.
Well, from what I've seen, I seen Obi Toppin. I think Obi Toppin still got some development to work on. Maybe, Flight. I mean, he was in New York,
No. I like Obi Toppin. He all right. I mean, he it's gonna be interesting to see how he fits out there in Indy because I believe they're gonna start him. I mean, he's been very disgruntled. But I don't think that he was, despite how bad Julius is, and I really want the Knicks to move on. He's been so bad, I want them to move on, but he's still better than Obi Toppin. Now, we're going to see what it is, but I can't wait till they actually play against each other because he was crying about his minutes, and he wasn't ever going to start over Julius in New York. That was the unfortunate situation. Julius, his problem is the playoffs, but regular season, Julius is Julius. The dude, at times, he's a man child. The problem is why he don't transfer that to the playoffs, so it's a mess with Julius around. That's why they need to move on. It's just time because we can't continue to go on with this. Yeah, but I'm gonna be watching.
So Toppin, I think, he's, I don't think he does enough.
He doesn't play no defense.
Yeah, I don't think he does enough for them. At the 4, I don't think he does enough. Tyrese, I think, is going to be brought back to earth this this season. I think he's put himself out there where the other point guards are going to challenge him. I want to see how he deals with that challenge. Lamelo got him. Lamelo already got him marked. He kind of alluded to it, you know. Miles Turner, see, Miles has been fool's gold for a while, you know, and Miles like to stay out on the perimeter a bit too much for my liking. I don't like big men that like to stay out on the perimeter, man. I don't like that. You know, if you got the size, you know, call me old school. You got the size, you got the height, you know, 3-pointers should be rare or within the flow, but your game, the game of a big should be inside. You know, I don't think Miles Turner, I don't think he's enough. And they still have I have the roster here right now, I pulled it up. They have Buddy Held, you know, and I guess mentoring is their three. I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's gonna be enough for them to you know, unless Tyrese is that big of a difference maker, I don't think they have enough compared to what the other teams have. I don't see it, Dex. I don't see it. You know, you tell me what you see, man, because I don't see it.
Yeah, good call. You also said that the Indiana Pacers are going to be at the bottom of the conference.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I believe they're gonna be at the bottom. I think they're gonna be in the lottery. I don't think that they have the dogs. I don't think they have the guns yet. I think maybe with some more development with Obi Toppin, you know, I think Miles Turner is unreliable. Buddy Held is a shooter. I don't
We're
think
talking about trading Buddy Hield too. You heard about that?
yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying, you know. So Buddy Hill is already being talked about, moved, and I think they still need they need a few other players before I can say that they can move up. Yet I just, you know, even with like what against Detroit, even against Detroit and Orlando, to me those are better teams in Indiana right now. You know, Detroit for sure. Now, will they play to it? We'll see. But Detroit and Orlando, Orlando has a front court. Wagner, Palo, and Wendell. You know, that's a very good front court. And as long as Markel Fultz and whoever their other guard is, between Cole Anthony and Shrugs, as long as they play okay, you know, the front court can kind of keep it. But once Orlando get a dynamic guard back there, then they're gonna spring. Once they get a dynamic point guard or shooting guard, one or the other back there to go with that front court, then I think they're gonna begin to make noise in the East, you know. And I think with Monty Williams' influence in Detroit, I think Detroit is going to play better than they have because Monty is a good coach. And he's in a situation where, from what I've seen, all those young guys are all ears. Every time Monte Williams opened his mouth, they say, Cade, I'm glad he's my coach. I can learn from him, blah, 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 blah. You know, Jaden Ivey singing his praises. I'm blessed to have Monty as my coach, this, that, and the other. You know, and Monty's not playing no games with them. Killian, the question was asked about Killian Hayes when he started at the point. Monty said, we'll see. It wasn't like he's not giving nobody anything. They might have to earn it in training camp, you know. So, I like what I'm seeing from them. So I don't think with that as a factor, I don't see it with Indiana. I don't see it. Again, we'll see. You know, we've been the NBA is going on all year, and we'll collect receipts. You know, right on this platform and on mine, man. We'll see where it goes, bro. I don't see it.
Yeah, me neither. You know, we're gonna find out. There's a lot of teams that I just don't see it. But there is going to be some surprise teams. We all know the Eastern Conference is going to be top heavy. How does Damian Lillard come into the Eastern Conference? How does Lamelo Ball and how does all that mix? What do you think about that? Because that's going to be a crazy matchup. They're going to be playing each other a lot more times. You know, they're in the same conference now. How are those matchups going to be?
If they're anything like it was in Portland, Lamelo cooked Dame every time he played him. When he was in Portland, you know, Dame didn't even guard Lamelo a few times. Lamelo's so tall that they put 2s and 3s on him.
Charlotte beat Milwaukee, I think. I don't know. Was it twice? I know they beat Milwaukee in Milwaukee this year. It was
You
a
talking about
signature
Milwaukee?
win. I remember that game.
Oh, he gets up for those Milwaukee games. Lamelo has some of his best games against Milwaukee. Some of his best games are the top teams. He, against the Milwaukees of the world, he gets when he plays against. I think Lamelo got his first tech playing against Golden State. There's certain teams, though Lamelo doesn't verbalize it. Against Milwaukee, I think you got Dame, you got Middleton, whoever they have at the two. I'm not sure. I think they're gonna have Collison at the two. I think you got Giannis, you got Robin, right? So in that situation, Dame won't be guarding Lamelo because Lamelo tire him out. So again, this is where the disadvantage comes with Terry. They can hide Dame on Terry, and Lamelo will play that game. Now, will they win? Charlotte has beaten. There's one game. Grego gave that game away. Just let Giannis walk to the damn basket. Then no resistance whatsoever. When Lamelo hit that hit that three, 30 plus feet going to the left, falling out of bounds. So I can see that. I think Charlotte would play Milwaukee tough. I think that Dame's addition though will make a difference for Milwaukee. Charlotte, I don't see them beating Milwaukee this year. I do see them putting up a fight, but I think Milwaukee just got too much for the Charlotte Hornets right now. You got, between Giannis. You gonna say something, Dex?
I don't think Charlotte has a chance, but you never know. This is why they play the game.
This is why they play the game, but they've, they're more, they didn't really give up too much, and they got Dame. So I don't see Charlotte beating Milwaukee this year the way they kind of hung with them last time.
Did in the past, yeah.
Yeah, in the past,
I know that's going to be box office, though. Dame versus Melo, that's going to be box office. And also, just to switch reels, Damian Lillard homecoming, Milwaukee versus Portland at the Motor will be live on ESPN. That game has been added to the national televised slate of ESPN basketball. So that's going to be crazy in itself.
So they added it.
Yes, sir. They added that game.
Well. I'm not surprised. Dame had to get out of Portland for them to roll Scoot out. And I've been saying this for months, It's Scoot's team up there now. They're talking about him, the franchise, the replacement for Dame. And Scoot said, no, I'm not Dame. I'm Scoot Henderson. They got Malcolm Brogdon around, even though they're looking to move him to go fully young, which I understand. Shaden Sharp, and I forget the other young fella's name. They got Shaden Sharp, and there's the other young fella who I think will be probably more so the guy that they're going to go with.
Jeremy Grant, JG.
Let me see here. I'm going to their roster right now. I'm going to pull it up right now. But see, Jeremy Grant, I guess he can play the three. Boston made a mistake letting.
He can play the three. He's 3-4 guy. Yeah.
Then they'll have DeAndre Ayton, who now says he's a 4. I hope I hope the coach says no, you're a 5.
Portland might have a little something, huh?
Yeah, they may, because Robert Williams brings toughness to that team, man, and he brings a presence that DeAndre won't bring. It is what it is. DeAndre is a big man with a finesse mindset. Robert Williams is a lunch pail big. So I think he'll bring that edge that they need. He's a young big. You got Ayton, you got Williams, you got Jeremy Grant. That's a good front court. You got, of course, you got Scoot Henderson, and at the moment they have Brogdon. But I think they're going to move him over so they can make room for Shaden Sharp. And they see, they got Matisse Thybulle there. And Shaden Sharp and Anthony Simmons. That's who it is. I think they are invested in both of them big time to go with Scoot. And now Scoot Henderson can now show.
Well, they're definitely going to be a high-pitched offense running up and down the court, trying to turn every game into a track meet. Most definitely.
Yeah, they're gonna look to run. I want to see if Aiden can handle it though. Aiden, this will be, they didn't run much in Phoenix. Um, I will see if Aiden can, if Aiden and Williams can pick up the pace. That's going to be interesting to
Yeah.
see.
And actually, Time Lord is at his best running up and down the court, depending on if his knees hang up or hold up, because he had problems with his knees last season. So if he's fully healthy and his knees hold up, he's a gazelle out there on that court, and he's at his best when he's running up and down between the lines.
Yeah, so they said they wanted to run. We'll see if they got the personnel to do so. They definitely want to run because they want to get Scoot out in the open court. I understand that, and so now we'll see if Scoot is if he can run the team as a point guard that's athletic, or if Scoot Henderson is a ball handling shooting guard that's short. We'll see what his skill set
Yeah,
is.
according to Scoot, he wants to push the ball. He
Yeah,
wants
Scoot
to
want to push the ball.
ball down the court every chance he gets.
Yes,
So
he wants to push the ball.
that's going to be exciting in itself.
Yes, it is. I'm curious to see it. And I wish Scoot the best, man. I like his situation in Portland. They've made a very good situation for him to bring him in, and so that now, particularly as a G League prospect, the NBA can sell that, hey, he's a G leaguer, same with Jalen Green, but he's another G leaguer coming out with star potential from our farm system, quote unquote, G League set up in response to LeVar Ball setting up that JBA, so they want to make sure that by them doing that there is they can sell that to parents and others who have young talent coming up through their AAU systems in their homes, that they don't have to go to they don't have to go to Australia or any other place. They can just send them to the G League and look at Scoot, look at Jalen. And they're talking about another one now that they're trying to talk up now. Forget my brother's name, but yeah, I want to see that homecoming is going to be interesting. I'm sure they're going to give Dame a very good reception, film, tributes, oh Dame, the shots, him staring into the camera, playoff success, So I'm sure they're going to they're going to do that. They're going to do that. The gospel. Anthony Simmons is the other guy important. I pulled him. I pulled him up on the NBA.com. So we'll see. Now in the West is so loaded with all the ring holders. Portland has a good squad, but I don't think they're going to be top 6 in the West. I think the Phoenix, if they gel, I think Phoenix is at the top of it. The Lakers are back. They'll be retooled. AD finally says that the word is finally that AD is the face of the team. The Lakers are not. The Lakers, it has to run through AD. I said this last year. It has to run through AD. I didn't like all the talk. Now that AD, well, Jokic, blah, 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 blah. I said, well, Jokic cooked you, AD. So, I mean, you have to come and get a get back this year, but Denver is still very much in play, man. They still have Jokic. They have a healthy Jamal Murray. They got, Michael Porter, Jr. They got my man Gordon. They got some, they still have a nice squad. And they are the defending champions. Once you win a championship, that changes you as a team. You become a different beast once you win once you get a taste of that first championship.
And they got Christian Brown, who has another year of experience, and now Christian Brown's a champion, so he's going to play with enthusiasm and confidence as well.
Oh yeah, man. So Denver's still in play. Denver's in play. Phoenix. The Lakers. The Clippers. It rides on. It depends on Kawhi's health. And everything. Brody. Brody ain't getting no younger. Brody needs to get a ring. I'm talking about Russell Westbrook. We'll see what the Clippers do. Bomber is showed up on Paul George's podcast, and I think he has a lot of affection for that team, but eventually they're going to have to, they may have to break that thing up, man, if the Clippers can't make it happen. Word was Harden was trying to go to the Clippers, and everything, and they're not there. Philly hasn't offered an offer to get him there, whatever that is, but I like Memphis. I like the addition of Derrick Rose and Marcus Smart there. Boston made a mistake. Boston let all their dogs go, man. I mean, I just don't see the toughness up there. Drew is a kind of a good replacement for Marcus Smart, I think. But the Grant Williams, the one who getting Jimmy Butler's face nose to nose, that is missing in Boston. That is now in Dallas, and it's like Marcus Smart and Derrick Rose, I think, will be good.
Jimmy Butler come to the press conference looking like Jermaine Stewart.
Man, Jimmy Butler came looking like some transplant from the West Coast, man. That perm, man. Nobody's trying to see no. You know what? I'm going to open the refrigerator just a little bit flat. I'm not going to open it all the way. Jimmy sometimes can be a walking. He can be a walking minstrel show sometimes. His heart is where it's
Yeah, he had like the lip piercing, the eyebrow piercing. I mean, he was full-fledged with it. Like, Jimmy, you ain't gonna put no cut on it?
Yeah, that's too much, man.
Jimmy came uncut, raw.
Yeah, he did. Almost. You know what? Well, I'm gonna leave that part alone. So I think, back to the West. I like that Derrick Rose and Marcus Smart is around Ja Morant. Derrick Rose told Ja, "I'm not here to babysit you. I'm here to push you," and everything. And for and Marcus Smart, the same thing. They're both going to push Ja Morant, and it's going to make him a better player. And Derrick has a relationship with T Morant, so overall now there's like a wall of fire around Ja, that'll help him, in his maturation process. You know what I'm saying? He don't have to wave no toy gun around to show that he's, playing young boy, to show that he's, a dog or whatever. He can just do it on the court. He can keep that edge to a point because they need for him to play well. And Memphis was number 2 last year in the East, so with Ja's 25-game suspension, Memphis will take a step back just off of that. Hopefully they'll win some of those games. Thunder, Butler's doing a ritual. Okay, maybe, but that ritual wasn't that ritual will work for something else, not for his team right now. So I think they're going to take a step back. I think adding Grant Williams to Dallas will give them some toughness that'll help with Luka. Luka needs that type of player with him. Of course, Kyrie has settled in. I didn't think that he would, but Kyrie has settled into Dallas. He's very happy with Luka in Dallas. I think they can learn how to play off each other. I think that's pretty good. I think Dallas needs a little bit more. Luka can fill up the box score and all that stuff. He made it to the finals. He made it to the finals last year. But with with Bill coming over and some other moves that are made, I don't think they're going to be able to make it again like that. They're going to have to work. They're going to have to work harder. I'll just put it like that. Zion in New Orleans. Hey, Sky. Zion in New Orleans. He seems very focused, and I'm sure he is after his summer. He should be. He wasn't very smiley in the press conference. He used to smile and joke a lot in the press conferences. None of that was going on in the press conferences I seen, man. He was all about the business and everything, even short in some of the answers. Zion and Brandon, although Brandon Ingram came back with no medal, Zion looks focused. And if Zion is focused, the Pelicans could make some noise in the West with a focused, healthy Zion. They can make some noise in the West. I'm hoping he doesn't. I liked how he started off last year when he was more in the mid-range area. And then as the season went on, he started handling the ball and being point Zion more. And I'm thinking, I think that's a mistake. He should stay in that mid-range area and cook from there, and let Alvarado and TJ handle the ball. He can stay and cook down low where he can use his foot speed against slow bigs, and then he uses strength against smaller bigs and threes. That way he can save his body. So instead of handling the ball and juking and all that stuff. All that stuff is what tore his knees up. You know, he can't do that. He has to make quick moves to the basket for a dunk or to the free throw. All that juking and all stuff he's doing, Derrick Rose learned the hard way. All that stuff tears your body up. See, so we'll see. You know, I think the Pelicans can make some noise. They still got a good squad. You know, and then again too. I mean, Sacramento is being. You know, Sacramento they still got their squad. You know, but the West is tough, man. It's the entire NBA. I think is they just the talent is just getting better and better. You know, of course the eyes are going to be on Wemby, but you know the Spurs. The Spurs, the Wemby will be entertaining. You know, but the Spurs aren't going to. I don't expect the Spurs to make too much noise next year. I don't expect them to. You know, I don't think they have. They're going to start with Wemby, then they'll build around him. You know, and maybe a year, a few seasons, they'll build it up to where they'll make noise again. But next year, I think it's just to get Wemby acclimated. You know, a sleeper I see in the West, I see the Oklahoma City Thunder. I think with Chet coming back healthy, the SGA, I mean, he's here now. You know, SGA, Giddey, Chet, you know, I mean, they are a young, hungry, scary team. I like what they're building in OKC, and I like what Houston is building as well. I think Ime Udoka is going to be a big difference in Houston. I think he's grown. You know, he's a grown man, and that's what they need in Houston. Silas, you know, they need an energy there that Ime brings, and I think Boston again. I think Boston when it comes, especially in the playoffs, I think Mazzulla. I think his coaching chops is going to be put to the test when it's time for the playoffs. But Ime Udoka said that he wants Jalen Green to be more all-around player. You know, he's a bucket. That's nice. But I want you to be an all-around player. So he's going to grow him. You know, and those other players, you know, they're all young and hungry. Those Thompson twins are psyched. They both talking about playing defense. In Detroit, Isaiah saying, I want to guard the best player from night by night. You know, Amin is saying, I want to be the defensive player of the year. So their mind, you know, they have coming in, they're working on defense and those things. You know, Van Vliet, you know, has a ring, good leader. Although, you know, I actually question why Houston got him, but you know, but they have him. You know, the first thing he did was grab Jalen Green. You know, so I expect Houston to also. I expect Houston to make some noise, man. I do expect it. You know, so those the younger teams are beginning to be put together very well. Dex and Flight, Orlando, Detroit, Houston, Oklahoma City. You know, those teams. Once they gel and get experience, they're all going to be problems, you know, and to the point where the other teams want to make moves just to match their energy, you know, and everything. So, yeah, that's what I see. That's what I see overall in the NBA, man. It's an exciting season. I'm going to have a lot to talk about, a whole lot to talk about. You see, so. What Trent says, Zion knows if he sees 290 pounds and don't play enough games, he'll lose money. I'm sure there's a lot of things. He's, you know, he took this time, this off season to work on himself a bit more. You know, he was out there doing what young men do, young men with money doing a bit too much, and he lost focus on the main thing until, you know, his his the concubine brought him back into focus. I mean, sometimes that's what it takes for a young man sometimes, you know, and he got a daughter on the way. So, and he got a daughter on the way, you know, when a young man has a child, you know, that tends to make an adjustment too mentally. You know, now he has something to focus on. He has a little girl now that's going to be looking up to him, you know, and so all the things that young men do, they kind of put that to the side. Some put that to the side when they begin to start having a child and family and stuff like that. You know, the gospel, a new youth movement is coming. Yeah, it is. The older players, they're all on the clock. Zion, Luka, Tatum, Ja, Lamelo, you know, when Lonzo come back, Lonzo, Palo, you If they put a good team around Tyrese Halliburton, they're all coming. They're all coming. SGA, Giddy. If Ben is right again, Ben Simmons, if he's right, we'll see. And it's going to test and Giannis. He's still in that group too. I mean, they're going to push LeBron, KD, Steph, Kawhi. They're going to push them. They're going to push them, and eventually, eventually the youth is going to overtake them. So they got some collecting to do. That's it. Trent Wemby could be a Bowie 2.0. Nah, I don't think Wemby's going to be a Bowie 2.0 rap god. But I want to see him. I want to see how he handles the NBAs, how they're going to play him on defense and everything. Summer League was a mixed bag for Wemby. It is what it is. So we'll see. Flight and Dex.
No, great, all great points that you made. Like I said, a lot of things to discuss all around the league. What about the situation you're hearing out there with the Los Angeles Clippers with James Harden? Today, Daryl Morey came out and said that he wants more from the Los Angeles Clippers. He's not liking the move. Could we see another Portland swerve like they did to Miami, brewing here with the Clippers and the Philadelphia 76ers? How this whole saga with James end?
Yeah, man. I mean, the question is, as good as he is, do you want to bring that onto your team? It's like, okay, so what happens if James get mad again? Is he worth it? Is the question.
I'm trying to figure out what the hell the Sixers going to get. Russell Westbrook?
I don't know what they're trying to offer them.
Word, because you ain't going to get Paul George. You ain't going to get a Kawhi. So
No. Ballmer loves Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. They're not going nowhere.
I don't see what the hell else they're going to get. What else they got their value?
I don't know what if they're looking to get Kawhi or Paul George, that's a non-starter, man. Like I said, Ballmer, I think, is a bit, in my opinion, he's a bit too in love with Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. But Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, Ballmer adores those two. So they're not going nowhere. Everybody else may be on the table. I mean, Terrence Mann, but I think they like Mann, they got Kenyon Martin Jr. now in the Clippers. Okay. And maybe Terrence Mann, but Covington is there with the Clippers. Okay. Norman Powell, they got a nice little squad, the Clippers. Okay. They still got Zubac. I got the roster pulled up now because I'm combing through the roster to see what they can give them. And it's like to move the needle for Philadelphia. Brody, see, they should try to get Brody in a swap so that Embiid will have at least somebody else that can kind of, be a dog with him, but that's it. I don't think there's no one. See, James just want to go to the Clippers like this is damn 2K, man. No, this ain't 2K, James. You're going to have to go wherever they can send you. James gonna have to go and adjust where he want to go, just like damn Dame had to do it. Miami. Okay, Milwaukee or another team. They sent to Milwaukee. So James Harden's got to do the same thing. James Harden will be on another team. If the Clippers ain't going to work, then they got to do something else, and they need to do it quick. This is training camp now. They can't have this going to. This can't linger into the season. They still trying to figure out what to do with James Harden. No, open it up and just send him to wherever a team that he can hopefully contribute to, get a ring from, maybe at least compete for a ring. He can't have his favorites this time. He had it for this. Be his third go around doing this?
Third and so.
Yeah. So no. When you old, James Harden can't afford to be high maintenance right now. And he just can't. I didn't play the way I wanted to play. Blah 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 blah. It's like, well, if you're that good, you're good. James Harden has enough talent to play with any damn coach, man. You know, it's just when he got to Houston, it got to his head. He wasn't like that at OKC. When he was off the bench, you know, now I understand now he's an MVP, blah, 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 blah. He feel like he should have a certain cachet and a certain status in this league. But that shit gets tiring, man. He's going to end up like Carmelo, bro. Carmelo thought the same thing until he was out for a few years, you know. AI thought the same thing until they didn't let him come back. See? I'm talking about Iverson, you know. You can wear your welcome out in this NBA. You can, you know. So, I think Harden needs to just humble himself and see if he can give them options to get him out of Philadelphia. Because if he's in Philly, he's not going to play. He's not going to help them. He shuts down. He's not going to help them. So we'll see, Flight. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah. I believe that he had to report, the camp. So I mean, I think he was gonna eventually keep losing money.
Yeah, they find him. I think they say they're gonna find him already, and so he's supposed to show up tomorrow. They're in Colorado, so he's supposed to show up tomorrow. Word is he's gonna show up, and it's not gonna be, he's gonna make it uncomfortable and all that madness. They don't need that in training camp, man.
Exactly. He just needs to grow up. James Harden needs to grow up and start producing. It seems like he's using these antics to compensate for his lack of impact on the court. So he has to switch the focus from his deficient output to this circus that we all have to endure until Dura Morley makes up his mind that he's going to capitulate to James Harden whims and send him on to another location, which they should do anyway. But then again, I do understand Philly. I mean, they just had the fiasco with Ben Simmons.
Right.
And now they traded Ben Simmons for Harden. And now Harden is bringing forward another fiasco. When does it stop in Philly? What is going on with Philly? Philly hasn't been relevant since Dr. J. So somebody got to make a move. You're like, you know what? Let's get serious.
Yeah. So we'll see. They plan a blinking contest. We'll see who blink. We'll see who blink. And
yeah,
I'm sure the GMs don't want Daryl to blink. That's
you have to, because you're not going. As an organization, you never win this kind of situation, because we have to remember that these players are 1099s. They're not W-2s. So these 1099 players, meaning that there are independent contractors who are partnering with these organizations and using their talents as the bargaining chip. If I no longer want to be your partner, you can't force me into marriage.
Yeah.
No, it's irreconcilable difference. I want out. I want a divorce. You look stupid trying to hold on to me.
Yeah.
Now, if you say, oh, well, we invested a lot of money and you got, you got to stay here, the sponsors, the TV deals and all this type of stuff. These players understand the nature of the game now. And this is why they plan it the way they're planning. I don't necessarily agree with all of their antics and tactics, but to some degree, I do agree based on the leverage situation, and the more star power that a team have, the more sponsorships and the more money that they can generate based on that. And James Harden is one of those people, whether you like him or you don't, you just want to see him play, whether he succeed or fail. Whatever side of the coin you're on, you want to see him play. And Philly loves this, because Philly welcomes these kind of players, actually. Just think about it. This is the atmosphere of Philly fans. They're hard on you, but when you do your job, they're going to love you to death, and they're going to defend you to death do them part. That's one thing about Philly fans. They're hardcore, and they don't play. And they're very knowledgeable. You follow what I'm saying? These are informative fans in Philly. And so Harden understands this. Philly wants to have something to cheer for, especially when they look over the terrain, Chief, in Flight. They're looking at Milwaukee. They're looking at Boston. And Philly know they're one of the top 3 teams in the East, and these teams are improving. That's above them, and they at a standstill. They at detente. They ain't going forward. They ain't going backwards. But if James Harden is to depart from them, they could lose some luster, or they could gain by subtraction. It depends on how Philly plays it. And the way that Durham Morley is going about it, I don't think he's going about it right. If I was Durham Morley, I would have been trying to ship this guy out during the offseason and stop trying to play tug of war with James Harden when you know you're going to lose that, because James Harden has played tug of war with multiple organizations and he won.
Yeah. Yeah, man. So that's what I'm.
2 hand cut behind the head.
Uh-oh. You was gonna.
What'd you say?
Nah, that was a mistake.
Okay. Yeah. So they need to do something, and I think if James is not able to cut the mustard, then the talk to James people should be the Clippers is a non-starter. Is there another place that we can send you? Or we got these other teams who said that they would like to have you on their squad to get to because right now, like with Dame, Cronin had the leverage. Pat Riley didn't offer enough, and then once Dame, within the last 2 weeks from his mouth, said, "Well, the past 2 weeks I gave them 2 other teams I would like to go to." Then they made the deal with Milwaukee. James Harden, if he really wants out of Philly, then he's going to have to give Philly a way to get him out. Because if those 2 GMs are playing patty cake with each other, Daryl Morey and I forget Frank. I think it's Lawrence Frank and the Clifford. If they playing these games on their level, then James Harden is going to have to see if he can open it up so he can go to another squad, maybe outside of the Clippers. Even though that's where he want to go, it depends on how bad he want to go, And but the Philly fans are not going to accept just letting him go, and they don't get nothing back. That'll give them something to cheer for. You were right. The Philly.
What do Philly want for James Harden? What's on the table? Have they made their offering public?
No, they haven't. At least I haven't seen it.
I heard they want more draft capital.
Oh, they want another process.
Yeah, exactly, right? How many processes do they need, for crying out loud?
They want another process.
But Philly headed for a rebuild, in my opinion, sooner than later. I mean, if they lose Harden, don't get a star back, it won't be long before for Embiid requests a trade. So, I mean, Daryl Morey might as well just get all he can get and restart this goddamn franchise. It's over.
If that happens, Embiid is gone. Embiid ain't gonna stay there.
Well, well, then Philly gonna be one of the better teams in the future because they're gonna get a whole bunch of first round picks. They're gonna get a whole bunch for him, but they better get Embiid out before he get hurt. I'm saying Embiid always look like he about to collapse.
Yeah, he fall down after every play.
He does.
I never seen the MVP on the floor so much.
Well, they like this whole, they flop. Bigs, man, and I ain't gonna go there because I'll be.
The NBA is supposed to punish you for flopping, right? When they're ever going to enforce that? Because flopping doesn't bring entertainment to the game. It brings disappointment.
They're supposed to. They started it last year, with they say unnatural movements or whatever. But that is subjective. It depends on the referee and what they're on. Hopefully, they're not throwing the game themselves. All that stuff is going on.
But if you can remember, Chief, back in the day, because of what was it, Karolinko, Vlade Divac, who else was it? It was one more. Dennis Rodman. Oh my God, Dennis Rodman.
Please.
And they made a rule that it was anti-flopping, and they called it something sportsmanship for trying to deceive the referees or something, right? I can't remember the exact verbiage of it, but it was some kind of rule they made that you cannot fool the referee in your movements. And now you're saying they changed the language to something different when they already have a rule in place.
Well, they had, and yes, LeBron took advantage of it too. He did, you know. And then they circled back and said it's an anti-flopping rule or whatever they're saying. You know, it's like they're chasing their tails with it right now when certain things shouldn't be allowed, but because of the NBA being controlled by the refs and the narrative that they want to put out, we know that there are certain players that can get away still and have gotten away still with those
Yeah.
plays, you know, even though supposedly the rule is for them not to.
Right. I think Rasheed Wallace was the straw that broke the camel back because they didn't like him and his antics. The ball don't lie, Rasheed.
Oh
When
no!
he started, yeah, when he started doing all that flopping stuff, that's when they really like clamped down on it
Yeah,
and tried to enforce the rule because they didn't like Rasheed. But now
right.
Rasheed is not in the league. It seems like okay, you want to flop, flop.
Yeah, until
Because to me, that don't bring value. That don't bring no value of entertainment. Because when I'm there at the game watching it, and it's so obvious that this guy is flopping, I'm like, come on, man, this is WWF
right.
or
And
WWE or whatever it
that's
is now.
right. That's right. And again, the NBA has that WWE feel to it right now. Just keep it a buck. It does. That's why Adam Silver is the metaphor for Adam Silver is a puppet master right now. You know, certain strings he'll pull, certain refs, and even see, and this is the thing, Dex and Flight. Van Vliet had mentioned it last year in the playoffs. Players are aware of certain refs, and these refs have reputations around in the players' circles. And there's certain refs that the players don't like because they know how they call the game. It's interesting, bro. It's all that. See, so
Yeah,
there's no
remember
transparency.
Chris Paul? Chris Paul tried to put in a written protest based on a referee calling the game that had problems with Chris Paul in the past.
Yes, and the one they just fired, the Boston fan, after they saw his social media, his burner. so it's not, unfortunately, it's not 10 guys just playing and let the best man win. There's politics, all types of stuff that go on with with the NBA, you know, and it taints the purity of the game, really. It does, you know, because there's all this other stuff inserted into it and everything. Landry should join the team after sending Kai Jones home. He probably would come off the bench and major scoring, passing, defense. LiAngelo Ball, I think that ship has sailed. LiAngelo needs to cook somewhere and then come
That
home.
ship have definitely sailed.
That ship has sailed, you know.
I talked to his pops and I asked him, you know, what's up with G Honcho? Is he gonna come back to the Charlotte situation? And he was like,
No.
Dex, you answer that question. Of all that you see, you answer that question. I
Mm-mm.
said, I feel you. You
Mm-mm.
don't need to say less.
Right,
I got you right there.
right.
It's gonna take a miracle. You see that
So,
Lamelo's not even petitioning for a return of Jello.
no, it's
So
not.
I'm quite sure they talked about it, and he's like, "Little bro, I'm good." You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Because look how they did me. No matter what I did on that court, good or bad, they never really wanted to showcase me. They already had plans to showcase other players that the crowd don't even give a damn about.
Yes, I believe that. Also, Dex, I didn't want Jello to be treated like he was a mascot at Greensboro either. You know, we want Jello at the end of the games. I didn't like seeing that. You know, I want him to be treated as a serious player down there. Now, I think unfortunately, because of what's going on, the reputation, the publicity of the Ball family, there is a built-in envy of that family and everybody involved that is baked into the cake. And so Jello going there to Greensboro, you know, players looking him off, Some of that was their thing, some of that was the coaching, but also some of that, some of the fan base who was pushing for Jello to start or to get more time. Even if it is true that those players are trash, that Jello's better than them, to put that in the atmosphere for those young men to see that on social media, it feeds that feeling that, oh, Jello's just here because of his brother, blah, 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 blah. And he just think he's just going to walk on here and just go and play with the main team. No, I'm going to show him. I'm going to, he's open. No, I'm going to shoot this ball. I'm going to do what I got to do, and everything. So I think that type of thing, to get buy-in from the locker room, to at least make it where even if the coach run, because players can do this, even if the coach run the play, Jello get the ball because, oh, he's open, coach. Jello hit the shot. Can't argue with success, So I think there is, I don't necessarily believe that it's one-sided. I think it's like a combination of different things, that led to that. And that's why I think if Jello wants to continue to play in the NBA, I think the best option for him is to go somewhere overseas to a team who's like the NBL or some league where when you say Jello cooked here, it can be seen as, yes, he cooked against those people. He cooked against the EuroLeague. He was one of the better players in the NBL. That way, he can now use that, and then he can come home and then get on to a team. If that's still the plan, I suggest he take that route if that's what he want to do. Although now Dex, he's a new daddy. He has a little boy now. He has a family. So now the priorities and the mindset, is a little different. He's a young man with a child now. So, going overseas, will the family come with him? Will they remain, LeVar and Miss Tina kind of, pick up the slack with the family at home while he go and do his thing overseas. Now what does she think about it? All that stuff is going on now, so I wish Jello well in whatever he does, man, because regardless, I think with what LeVar has set up for his sons, they can be successful anywhere they go. Lonzo, while he heals, he was on Earn Your Leisure. He's being promoted as a great entrepreneur. So the brothers, I think LeVar has set them up very well. And I think they'll be successful wherever they go. I think the same will be for Jello. We'll see. We'll see. But I wish them all well. I don't wish. I wish them all well, man. Whatever they choose. Lonzo's going to come back. Come on back, Lonzo. Don't push yourself too hard. Take your time, and work yourself back. You haven't been in the game for 2 years. Lonzo did say that once he plays, because Kendall Gill asked him, well, can you come back and be the Lonzo of all? Lonzo said, wait a minute, I'll see once I'm playing, I'll see how my body feels, and I'll know what I can and can't do. And I think that's very wise. I think that's very wise for him to say that, come in, see how everything feel, and then work yourself into where you can remain and be a productive NBA player. And for me, that'll be a victory for Lonzo. If he can return to Bulls, Lonzo, I would love that.
Yeah, well, Lonzo got to be careful, because everybody's gonna have expectations when he gets back for him to just immediately come back. Bulls, seed running and gunning.
That's right. No.
Yeah.
And I think he's already telling them, no, don't let me come back and let us see. And Lonzo has to manage that. He has to remind them every time there's a talk about him coming back. He has to say, once I come back, we're gonna see how I feel, and then we'll work it up. And everything. If he don't, then the narrative will take a life of its own. It'll run off, and then people will be calling Lonzo something, a bust or whatever, based off of what they want to see from Lonzo, and not based on what he has said and what he can do. And I think that's not fair to Lonzo. But Lonzo do have to control that narrative.
No, it's facts. You got to definitely control that. Man, but I think he's gonna be all right. Let's see what the current roster gonna look like when he get back.
We'll see.
Because what if they?
It don't matter what the roster look like when he gets back.
What you mean?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He got to get back. We don't
Yeah,
care who's on that team. You know what I mean?
I
It
just
doesn't
think it
matter.
depends what uniform he's in. To me, it's just a question of what uniform he'll be in when he come back. Will he be with my Bulls or will he be with another team?
I think he's going to be with the Bulls.
I hope so.
From all understanding, he's not going anywhere, and I've been saying that. Even though I caught some grief I caught some grief from some people trying to be a homer or on Lonzo's sack or whatever they want to say I was on. But I said he's not going nowhere. Bulls not trading it because, and this was my premise. Acme, right?
Right.
AKME, Acme. They saw something, and it was instantaneous. And when they seen something like that they hadn't witnessed since their tenure as Bulls front office,
Right.
they hit a home run. They were in the running, Kornikovas and Eversley, for executive of the year. When the last time you heard something like that coming out of C-Red, Bulls Nation, that the executives are front runners for executives of the year out of all 29 other teams? When the last time you heard something like that? And don't you think that played to their pride? Because they got some oddballs. It wasn't like they got the obvious, right? Lonzo, oddball. DeMar DeRozan, oddball. Alex Caruso, oddball. They drafted the young man, what's his name? What's the young man name again?
Patrick Williams.
No, not Patrick Williams. That was a miss. The man from Illinois, the homer.
Oh, I forgot about him.
The guard.
You talking about Ayo?
Yeah, Ayo. Yeah, I can't think of his name. The African. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ayo DeSumo. So that was a hit. And when you bring that kind of talent in, that much talent in to one team, and everybody's contributing to the point where you're the number one seed unexpectedly after being a bottom feeder.
Yeah.
You follow what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
And you're in a big old metropolitan city, which is one of the three pillared cities in the United States. One of the three pillared cities in the United States, Chicago. And you bring them from the muck and mire of the bottom of basketball into the forefront, and you get all this celebrity, right?
Right.
How can you not want to relive that? That's almost like taking a hit of crack and say, I quit.
So
how you don't want that again? That feeling, that urge. You know what I'm saying? And I'm quite sure this is why they didn't want to break the team up, because they want to give it another chance when everybody's healthy to see how far it can go, or was it just an illusion?
We'll see, Dex. This is his last year on his player option, so they have to do a new contract with him next year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It didn't matter because they signed him. They signed him to be part of a project for 5 years, right? To match him up with Zach and Vooch, because that was the original plan for the Bulls.
That was
Lonzo to match up with Zach and Vooch, and then Caruso and DeMar became available. So that's just some more talent they aggravated into the team and coalesced it and created a core. But it wasn't originally planned that way. It just, all the stars just aligned. They're like, what, DeMar is available? What?
Yeah.
Caruso available? Are you kidding me? They hurry up and snatch that.
Yeah, because that's what I thought early on. I thought it's going to be a big three with Lonzo, Levine, and Vooch. That's what I thought it was going to be. And then DeRozan came available, and that kind of took me, that kind of caught me off guard, actually, But they got him. They went on and got him, So yeah, I think regardless of what they do, there is a chance that Lonzo will remain, in Chicago. Because it depends, of course. Rich Paul, of course, is the best of the best, so he'll make sure Lonzo gets paid a good amount of money, and even if they
Yeah,
choose
that's
to
all.
go for.
Yeah, that's all they're gonna do. They're gonna when he comes back for the last year on his contract, they're gonna see if magic could rekindle. Can they strike lightning in the bottle once again? But see that this is the caveat right here. Billy Donovan and DeMar DeRozan was bedmates. And DeMar DeRozan was whispering sweet nothings in Billy Donovan's ear and convinced him to alter the offense, their approach to offense. And that's why after that New York Knicks game that they lost, they ran into that Thibodeau wall, and they lost that game. They should have won, but they lost. Give Knicks credit. Flight called it. Flight said that would be their first loss that season. And convinced them to change the offense. Like, this couldn't be sustained. And that's where Billy messed up. So he had to ride with DeRozan all the way through that season. And DeRozan did have an MVP type season. He did say, I channeled my Michael Jordan, I put on my cape, put the team on my shoulders. But that was just personal accolades. But it hurted the team. It was a detriment to the team because DeMar DeRozan became a black hole. And a lot of people suffered from that. Whereas the offense that was originally ran, according to Billy Donovan, through Lonzo to playmate and facilitate and make everybody's job easier to score. And that's how you keep the offense going. That's how you keep everybody involved because people is touching the ball and they feeling excited. They're doing dunks. They're catching alley-oops. And listen, Bartrand, they was damn near on the verge of setting a record in points differential. I think the only team that had a higher point differential than the Bulls were the Golden State Warriors in 2016? In 2016. The Bulls had a 12.5 point differential during that short span. Now, like I said, it was a teaser because it was only half of a season. We don't know what would have happened for the duration of the season in the second half because that's when really basketball starts in the second half of the season. Everybody starts jockeying for their playoff positioning and things of that nature. People are trading, people are switching, and people are getting cut and people are getting let go, people getting bought out. So it's a whole lot of transactions going on to make teams beefier or make teams leaner because they're cutting the fat and because they don't want to pay these exorbitant contracts. So we don't really know how that would have ended, but the way the Bulls started and the way they was feasting off some of these lesser teams, because Bulls got punished a couple of times during that season, but the way they was feasting off these lesser teams, they were just gaining momentum, getting their chemistry going, and being solid, and there was going to be a whirlwind for the playoffs when they got into the playoffs. See, that's the thing. They wanted to get into the playoff, position themselves in the Goldilocks zone, which is top four, and hosting a first-round playoff matchup. And who wanted to see the Bulls that season in the playoffs? The only person that might have had a little something to say could have been Brooklyn. But we already know how that ended up. They got swept. But at the time, Brooklyn and the Bulls was kind of vying back and forth for the number one slot throughout that first portion of the season. You know what I'm saying? Because Boston was nowhere to be found. They were struggling to get their identity, and then they turned it on at the second half of the season. So this is why Acme, as a unit, as a team, is trying to relive that magic, because when those boys were together and they was healthy, and listen, they still went through that scourge of the pandemic, remember? Yes. When players was out and had to sit out and things of that nature, and they still had a really, really good record when COVID struck that organization, and they were just riddled with the bifex of that Omicron, and it got all the way to what's the boy from Oklahoma that played in Oklahoma, the All-American basketball player, he played with the Chicago Bulls with Michael Jordan, the announcer.
Are you talking about Stacey King?
Stacey King. You even got Stacey King. He was bedridden, and things of that nature. So it was just an exciting moment for the Bulls, and you could just imagine Acme relishing, and I'm talking about AK and Mark Eversley, Acme, relishing in that moment, like, man, we really struck lightning in the bottle. Could you believe this? And we got some oddball players, and we put it together, and look what happened. We the talk of the town. It was C-Red everywhere. I'm talking about, listen, I'm not going to even lie, Chief. I was so flight. I said, flight, I'm in Las Vegas, right? I was in Las Vegas. I forgot what I was in Las Vegas for. I was in Las Vegas for something. I can't remember. I don't know if it was Summer League or something. It was me and my girl was down there in Las Vegas. And they had sold out of Chicago Bull apparel. This is Las Vegas. So this shows you the wide reach that the Chicago fan base is, and the merch that they have is so adorned as apparel, so you could wear every single day.
Oh yeah, Bulls.
Whether it's a Chicago Bull hat, whether it's Chicago Bull socks, belt, T-shirt, that scarlet, red, and black is awesome, man. It's hard to miss putting that together. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so it was just so much going on for C-Red Nation.
I want to correct something right quick too, Dex, that I said. Yeah, so the Lonzo's player option is next year. Okay. All right. So 24-25. Okay. So 25-26 is when he'll be up. Okay. So yeah, he'll be back next year. He'll be back with the Bulls next year, because I'm sure he's going to take that player option. So yeah, he'll be back with the Bulls next season, and we'll see, if the Bulls keep DeMar DeRozan or not, because they're negotiating with him, but they watching the money too. That came up as a talk too. So Lonzo will be back. We'll see if they keep the other parts of the team together. So I want to correct. That's how I was talking about he should get a new uniform, what uniforms will be in his company, because I thought that this was the year of his player option. That's next year. So I want to make sure I clarify.
Yeah. So he's still he's still on the contract. He's on the roster. They have him on the roster. And this is why I'm perturbed as some Bull fans, because they act like they don't understand, because the Bulls is a championship legacy organization, albeit it was under Michael Jordan era. You know what I'm saying? And Jerry Krause and those guys, and Scottie Pippen and all that. But it's still a championship legacy organization. Six freaking championships. Some organizations got zero, nada, nothing, cipher, donut. And they have 6. So it's important that legacy continues. And this is what Acme is trying to instill in this version of Chicago Bulls, is that we have something, we only got a teaspoon taste of it, but that aspect of observation, if we can have this for a full season, there's no telling where we will end up when the season is over. And they want to try to duplicate that one more time through all of these guys' contracts. Like to say, Lonzo got one more. DeMar DeRozan is up for negotiation. And if they don't meet eye to eye with DeMar DeRozan, so be it. But if they do meet eye to eye with DeMar DeRozan, then DeMar DeRozan probably have to take a haircut. And this is why I always bring in Patrick Williams in this situation, because if you remember when all this was going on with the Chicago Bulls, when they was at their apex, Chief, there was no Patrick Williams. He wasn't a part of that phenomenal run.
No, he wasn't.
So holding on to Patrick Williams, to me, is meaningless because since he's been in a Bulls uniform, you have yet to see if he can turn into a winning player, if he can be utilized in a winning system and maintain this winning system throughout the season. Not glimpse, not glares, no, sustainability. And this is what the Chicago Bulls need, sustainability, not this on and off Kobe White, not this elusive, extreme, uber is talent Patrick Williams that seems to escape him often, and you have to beg him to play, according to DeMar DeRozan, if that's true. And anything else that holds back the Chicago Bulls, they need to get some ancillary players that don't think about stats and want to grind out every possession and don't want to give the opposition any kind of confidence that they can win inside the United Center or out. That's the type of players they need. They don't need no big name players. They just need some good players that's going to play good basketball in good moments of the game. And if they can do that with what they have, they cool. So the Kobe Whites of the world, I would get rid of. I wouldn't even be hesitating to get rid of Kobe White. He's still young. He still feels that he's like that. Okay, let me see you do it somewhere else. Patrick Williams, oh, no doubt, he's out. And the Bulls should not be trying to be sentimental to their draftees. Why? If they're not cutting the mustard in year 5, come on, man. Come on, man, really?
GM.
And you can't use the excuse that, well, you got DeMar, you got Zach, you got Vooch, you know, it's too many, it's only one ball. No, then you got to make yourself useful somewhere else until it's your time. Because if you're going to pair him to a Kawhi Leonard, if you're going to call him Baby Claw coming out of Florida State, if you're going to call him Baby Claw, then we know that when you look at the history of Baby Claw, he stayed submerged until it was his time because it was already Mono, it was already Tony, it was already Timmy.
This is true.
So that's what, but the Claw still did what he did. You know, he only averaged like 12 points a game or something like that, but he still did the other stuff. You know, he did the auxiliary thing. And that's what I'm trying to see from Pat. Can you do the auxiliary thing until it's your time?
I understand.
You know, can you say somewhat relevant until it's your time? Not fade away into the blackness of triple darkness of space. And when they call for Patrick Williams, everybody's looking around like, yeah, where is Patrick Williams? You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'll be like, you know what? I'm out. I know that was a draftee, and it was the highest draftee since they've been a part of the organization. But hey, man, we missed out on it. I'm out. Because you wasn't a part of that run. Now, if Patrick Williams, Chief, was a part of that run, then I will highly consider him. And I would say, okay, Pat, don't worry about it. We're gonna fit you better in this system because we know what you can do. But he wasn't part of that run. Alex Caruso was a part of that run. But a lot of Bulls fans want to get rid of Alex Caruso. You know, his first team all defense. And you want to get rid of that when you need defense? Because you're crying for Zach to play defense, you're crying for Boots to play defense, and you're crying for DeMar DeRozan to play defense. But yeah, you want to get rid of the only best defender that you have. I don't understand. How are you going to win like that? So the fickle-minded of some Bull fans and some Bull content creators, it's mind-boggling.
They have called. They did. AK did say he wanted to see more out of Patrick Williams this year. So the heat is on Patrick this year. It's definitely. They want to see more from him this year. That's what came out of what I saw in that presser. They wanted to see. Is that Nico?
Yeah, what's good with y'all, man? What's good, Bartram? How you doing?
Nico? Well, damn, man. This is my boy Nico. You know, Nico, man. Nico has been through it with me, man.
Yeah.
He's still 10 toes with me, man. And young man, I just want to say I appreciate you, brother. Give you flowers, man. I appreciate you, man. And I thank you. I really do. So
For
yeah.
sure. Look, I'll say this: it's nothing when I can identify people. That's something I've always had. Is I can see certain traits in people that I latch on to and I love, and I appreciate, and I show appreciation for it. And you've always been somebody that's been solid. So uh, even through chaos, I could see you was solid,
Shout
and
out
that's
Nico.
why I remain how I am, and that's why I be coming here and I give Dex, I give Flight love because they've been solid with me, man. All you gotta do is be solid. That flip flop stuff, I get a little reaction to it, but you always been solid with me, so I got nothing to give you but love.
Indeed.
But my fault, I ain't mean to interrupt y'all
No,
conversation.
no,
I,
no. I'm
Yeah,
just
Yeah, you kind of got a little sentimental, but nevertheless, Nico, what do you
I
feel about what's going on in the NBA? Because
well,
media day is underway, training camp is right around the corner. What are your thoughts?
yeah. Well, let me address the sentiment. I always come here and give y'all some love, man. I feel like that's always something we lack just as black people, and I don't feel it until I come here. So that's why I always give it, and I know y'all give it back, and it feel nice. Outside of that, as far as the NBA, I've only watched a few media days. Watched the Warriors, of course. Watched the Bulls. Um, and I've been looking for the Hornets one. I can't find it yet. But I mean, I'm just looking to see how teams unfold and how they play together. We already know the Celtics and the Bucks. Man, hey, that's gonna be a juggernaut East right now. I'm looking to see how the Heat can combat that. Looking to see how the Hornets gel together. Um, oh yeah, I did watch the Lakers too. I was watching Bron. Um, Shit, man. Let me talk about Bron real quick, and I'm gonna give it back to y'all because I gotta give our Laker legend his flowers, bro. For bro to be 40 and to still be giving this kind of love and appreciation and work ethic to the game. I think that should be scaring people more than anything because the athleticism is gonna be there to 45. I don't care what y'all say. He gonna be dunking still. He's still gonna get to the basket. He's still gonna be fast. Uh, but the way that he's still giving his game and his body the utmost respect, the Lakers, I'm looking to be a danger. Oh my God, at least Western Conference. I need to see that AD versus Jokic rematch, and hopefully we got somebody that can guard Jamal Murray. But man, I'm excited for a few teams. Most teams are basically just middle of the pack teams. I like to watch the cream of the crop, and I see a few cream of the crop teams I'm excited to see right now. Mic check. I'm good. I'm still on. What's
No,
going
no,
on?
I can hear you. I thought you
Oh,
was
my
going to
fault.
keep going. Yeah, I can hear
Oh no,
you.
I could if you want.
Yeah, well, give us
I
what you
felt like
said
I
because no,
interrupted. You know
listen,
what I'm saying?
no, Nico, nobody talked about the Golden State Warriors. You just brought the Golden State Warriors up. So how was that media day? What did you get out of that?
Oh, my shit tripping right now.
No, did you hear what I asked you?
No, I missed that. My
Oh,
Wi-Fi disconnected.
I said you're the only one that talked about the Golden State Warriors so far. What did you get out of that media day? What can you draw from? What can you extrapolate?
Oh, well, the thing is, they're as confident as they've always been, but I see that they're actually embracing new roles. That's something that you wonder kind of how it gels together. Um, I did see them talk about Clay playing at the four here and there, or guarding fours, playing the three, guarding fours here and there, and I think that will improve the longevity of his career. Steph Curry, I'll say, is Steph Curry. That's somebody that he kind of brings you that consistent game of you're gonna get the highlights, you're gonna get the flash, you're gonna get the ball handling until it's no more. But outside of that, the new additions as far as Chris Paul, Sarge, and a few other guys, I don't know how Chris Paul going to gel. I know he's going to be a playmaker. That's obvious. It's Chris Paul. But I'm not sure. I got to see how it look on the floor with defense, because defense is what they struggled with last year. Everybody's getting blown by. Nobody's really giving it they all. They did lock in the playoffs, but it just wasn't enough. Like you could tell that that, you know how people say turn on the switch. We always expect them to flip the switch. They didn't flip the switch, and I just want to know how that team is going to work together, because everybody seems to be happy. They're giving each other the utmost confidence and compliments. Um, I'll say having Kevon Looney in his elevated role, this has made him more of a. I think somebody actually, I don't know where it was, but somebody called him Kareem Looney. I wouldn't say he Kareem, but what I will say is all the reps he's been getting as a starter now, and the consistency that he's been playing with, I think he's going to be a big part of what the Warriors are trying to do to win a championship. And he seems motivated more than ever. Bro has played 82 games back to back. Um, I want to see how he's able to start getting his offense involved, because he got a little game, he got a little post game, got a little putback game, he got a little mid range game. I believe that the Warriors are going to a point in their careers where they have to start branching out outside of the 2-man game. At first, it was just Steph and Clay. You expected that. But I feel as if right now they're looking for a team. It's always been a team effort, obviously. They've always had decent benches. They've always had guys that have come in and give them something. But I feel like they're going to need that even more now. Steph and Clay still going to do what they do, but they need guys that are going to allow the pressure to be taken off the stars and allow them to be fresh and allow them to be consistent. Because one thing I've noticed with the Warriors last season is they can get tired now. We never felt that before. We watched the Warriors for a decade not get tired. They was gonna run you out the gym. Now, if they don't have the right team, you can run them out the gym. And that's exactly what happened when they played the Lakers. It was too big, and the Lakers we had too much young blood running them out the gym. So they brought in some new veterans and some new young guys that play roles, do certain things well. And I look forward to them being a competitive team too. Now, if they play the Lakers, hands up to that. The Lakers finna whoop that ass effortlessly. But I believe that they have that guard ability to offset maybe a Denver team. If they play Denver early on, they could beat a team like Denver. But if they play a team like the Lakers, this is all size and they got that X factor of LeBron James, I don't see them winning that again. Nobody's going to guard Jamal Murray. I'm going to just say that here now. But Steph Curry can bring that same offensive pressure to where that's going to balance out. It's just about everybody else at that point.
Shout out to Spike Lee. What's going on, Spike Lee?
Hey man, I'm in the building. What's up with it? Flight Sports TV, Hegemonia Ball Talk, Hegemonia Hoop Talk, hoop conversation at the highest, purest platform there is online on the worldwide interweb. Shout out to the channel. Shout out to the panel. Hey man, what it do, man? I'm just sliding in, getting off work, feeling good. I made my money for the day, signed out, headed home, man. What's the deal?
Yeah, that's what's up right there. Did you watch any media day for the NBA
Yeah, I
as
watched the
training
media
camp
day
approaches?
yesterday. I did not watch any media day today, though. I watched a lot yesterday.
Was there anything that intrigued you that you want to express?
Man, Dex, that's a good question. And absolutely, I really liked what I heard from Milwaukee, from Giannis, from the GM, from the coach, from Dame, from their Groot, as I like to call Robin Lopez, right? I heard
Brooks.
a lot of great things. They're my title favorites. I think they got the best player in the league, and I think they have the best number 2 in the league. So they're my title
They got
favorites.
Jokic on their team?
No,
Nah,
they got Giannis. That's what
Oh.
Dame Lillard said. He was the best player in the league. So
Yeah.
Dame Lillard co-signed that.
Okay, I was just trying to. All right. I could vibe with that. I just, I thought they got Jokic out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, nope. You gotta stay up to date with Bleacher Report. You would have known that they do not have Jokic. All right.
Oh man, you said best player. I made an assumption.
Oh yeah. Well, you can't make an assumption. You make an assumption, you make a ass
You
out
know
of
what happened?
monkey.
Yeah, you know what happened when you assume. You know what they say.
But yeah, so I like what they're doing. Everybody else, I'm just getting a feel. I'm getting excited for the season again. I'm getting excited for the energy. We love hoop over here at Flight Sports TV, man. We adore hoop. We desire hoop games on a nightly basis, and we're about to get that. We're about to get that high pressure action. I'm looking forward to the play in the mid season tournament. It's just very exciting times. Very exciting times.
I forgot to ask Chief Bartran about the mid-season tournament, how he felt about it. But maybe next time we'll catch him again. But nevertheless, how you feeling about your boys? The Purple People Eaters up there in Sacktown.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I think Sacramento's got a good situation. They got a good coach. They got a great culture, and the fan base is ready. I mean, they hiked up the season tickets, so we better be. I mean, they hiked the hell out of those tickets up. I don't even know if I'll be going to any games this year. It's just crazy.
Yeah, they lit that beam. Once they lit that beam, you already know the ticket price is going up.
Man, capitalism like a mug, man. And it switched up the whole situation, man. I can't even get my ticket guy on the phone anymore. He Hollywood now. So but overall, I think the Kings are looking good. De'Aaron Fox is poised to have a huge year. All right, if he maxes out, he may be an MVP candidate early in the season. All right, because he's gonna have the ball in his hands, he's gonna have the assists, he's gonna have the points per game, and he's gonna be racking up W's because Sacramento has an identity on how they play. All right, you also got Sabonis with a healthy hand now. He's no longer clutching his right hand, which he was grieving over and grueling over in the playoff series against the Warriors. That will not be the case anymore. So I'm looking for him to get back to form, be a true five, so we can move Sabonis to the four, and he can abuse these power forwards and stretch fours on a nightly basis. We got Keegan Murray, the best rookie three-point shooter in the history of the NBA. All right. He's made the most threes out of any rookie, and he shot it at a 40% clip. All right, he's the greatest rookie three-point shooter in NBA history, and he'll be
But
returning
he's not
for
going to
his
be a
second
rookie
campaign.
this season.
Right, and that's what
So you think
kind
he's
of
going
like
to
this, man.
continue up with that pace?
I said he'll be returning for his sophomore campaign, and will he or will he not? I don't know, but I know in summer league he was hot. So all signals and all systems point to go. I have no reason to believe anything otherwise at this point. All right,
Well,
40%,
let's hope that Keegan Murray don't get the sophomore slump. Let's
forty
let's let's
percent.
let's hope that he continue his scoring torrid from the beyond the arc.
And you know what? I've got like I said, Dex. Nothing has showed me otherwise at this point. When you play 70 plus games and shoot 40% from three, you know that's pretty consistent if you ask me. But nevertheless, the Kings are looking poised to make a second round playoff berth in my mind. That's kind of how I see it. That would be the next step. Get out the first round. All right.
Well, they better not see Golden State then, because I think Golden State is the bane of their side.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, when it comes to the West Dex, like I know, there's no ducking fades at this point. There's a lot of really good teams in the West. No matter what series you get or what seeding you get, you're going to have a competition that first round. So, and with Sacramento, there's no guarantees. So they're going to have to beat whoever's in front of them to get out of it. And that's how I like it. No guarantees. It's all about establishing a new identity in this modern NBA. And it starts now that we've set a precedent. We've got to continue that and show consistency. So I'm looking for possibly a 45 to 52 win season, and a second round playoff berth.
What is? Do you know what the odd makers have the over and under for Sacramento wins?
I do not, but I should check that out at some point. I do not.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I might have to look into that and see if I can, when I go to Vegas, put a little something on it.
But what's going on with the Hornets, Dex? That's what I want to know. What's going on with the Hornets? They have their media day,
Nothing.
but their footage is limited.
Nothing. That's why.
Not a damn
Nobody's
thing.
spreading that. Nobody's
Yeah.
spreading that garbage. I mean, they people are loving Lamelo, of course, and they are really inquisitive about Brandon Miller. Yeah, that's basically as far as it goes. I think the jury's still out on Miles Bridges if he's going to be mentally and physically healthy and focused, because that's not an easy thing to overcome when you have the spat with your family the way he had, and it became so public. So when you go into these hostile arenas,
Right.
they're going to give it to him. And
Oh,
we
yeah.
got to see how he responds. So that's why I say the jury's out on Miles.
They're going
How
to give
can
it
he
to
respond being the bad guy?
Miles Bridges and Brandon Miller. They're both going to hear a mouthful from the rival
But
fans.
maybe not so much Brandon, because I
Hey,
think the Miles Bridges situation overshadows Brandon Miller situation, because
Dex,
One thing about Brandon Miller, you know what I'm saying, he wasn't even an accessory. He was a
Dex,
person of interest, and then
Dex, the facts do not matter. The facts do not matter in the heated competition. If it's something that can be used, it can be used. If Brandon Miller is at the free throw line with 20 seconds left, down by 1 on the road, just like in Sacramento during Summer League, I would not be surprised if those fans started yelling out some wild
I've seen it.
accusations at that
I've seen
man.
it. Yeah, I've seen it. Got you.
In Sacramento, I heard murderer. That's what I heard in Sacramento. I heard cowbells and murderer chants.
Oh, you definitely gonna hear them cowbells.
Right.
You definitely gonna hear them cow. They've been doing them cowbells forever.
So imagine
definitely gonna hear them cowbells.
when the Hornets are playing against Orlando, right, down at the Disney factory, and the Hornets are up by 1 at the free throw line. Brandon Miller, 10 seconds left. What do you think they're going to yell out?
Yeah, but I think Miles Bridges is gonna get it every time he touches the ball, though.
I agree.
I agree. That's what I believe. But Brandon Miller, like you said, he's going to be situational.
It's going to be situational.
Yeah, that's a good call, man. That was funny. He said, murder. What song is that? That's a hip hop song. What song does that?
That's like a reggae song. That's
Marley.
a reggae song.
Yeah, Marley.
Yeah.
What's the son name? Marley. Him and out in the street they call it murder. Who sung that song with him? It was somebody else on that record. Was it Nas? Come to Jam Rock. Jam Rock. That's the name of the song. Jam Rock. I know it was one of the Marley boys that sing it. Yeah, that's funny right there. So they're gonna give him an earful. So we're gonna see how this is gonna. Shout out to Purple Baby in the building.
You know what's actually a beautiful thing, Dex? You think they're gonna be in a 1-point game? I don't
No,
see
that's
that.
Spike Lee thinking they're gonna be in a.
Oh yeah, Spike Lee, that's crazy.
Spike Lee on his own on that one.
They ain't gonna have no games down to the wire.
Yeah, pretty Charlotte in these 1 games. I mean, I appreciate it. I don't see it. A lot of people really feel the Charlotte's going to be something. I just do not see it, because how all of a sudden they're going to transmute into something wonderful like the caterpillar to the butterfly, right? And right now they're in the cocoon, going through a metamorphosis with the same team.
Yeah, it's gonna be a
What
silkworm to a
makes you
moth.
think that these guys are going to turn on the switch and they're just going to be world beaters? The same team. Rozier, Hayward, Lamelo, Miles, Washington, Nick Richards. I mean, they got a few little remnants in between there, the Williams and the Millers and stuff like that. But that's the same freaking team for the last 4 years. I don't see it, but go ahead, Purple. Do your thing.
Oh, nothing. I was just checking in. I didn't even know he was live. Um, so what's going on today? Because we just talking about like the press conference and our impressions and stuff like that.
Yeah, we just going over what we witnessed and how we feel about it. The media day, any surprises? Do you feel enthused or are you subdued? It doesn't matter. We just going over the NBA landscape because
Um,
it's the same cycle that we hear year in year out. Everybody get happy because they're all racing for that commissioner cup, and there's only one team going to host the Larry O'Brien Trophy in the end. But everybody feel they got action at it.
I would say one thing I was happy about from catching up, here lately, since I've been awake because I keep falling asleep. Is that I'm happy he's going to wear the ankle braces. I think that's dope. Um, Another thing, it's not that I was happy, but it was like, oh, that's interesting. The amount of muscle and weight that Mark Williams put on. We'll see how good he looks with that weight. Some more weight on him and the muscle he do have and stuff like that. But I was like, oh, okay, that's a lot. Your body and to maintain that weight for a season because I think he is 260. I think they said his weight. If I didn't misread it, I forgot how much weight he said he put on, but I was like, oh, that's a bit much. But Cody, Cody, Caleb, whatever one it is. I never knew he had a knee injury until now, so that's interesting to me. Like, what's going on with that? And then once he gets back healthy, how important to the rotation is he? Because obviously, I don't think he's a starter, but that's interesting to me. Um, I was surprised that Miles Bridges did the media day and stuff like that because I was kind of nervous about the reaction he would get, not from like the media because some of them in there are professional working for ESPN, but just in general from online. I didn't see anything too bad, but it's just like, okay, he still got to go out there and play and whatever. um Gordon Hayward and his haircuts, I don't know. um, It wasn't too much. They media today was dry.
I'm still
Did you
trying to
catch that
figure out.
live?
Go ahead.
I was just asking, did you catch that live?
No, that's what I'm saying. I was asleep. Like I stayed up to watch. Who did I watch? I think it wasn't the Clippers. I woke up to the Clippers. I think like the Suns, and then I ended up because I had to work. So I ended up going back to sleep. But I was trying to wait on the Hornets. But like they was taking forever. So I just went on. I said, let
Okay.
me just go back to sleep.
Yeah, I was looking for it. I was gonna ask where you seen it.
No, I just seen like clips and stuff. That's why I'm like, Gordon, come on. He's too old to be coming out with them haircuts like that. Like I was like, that's embarrassing.
Well, I mean, he is in Charlotte. He's
Listen,
he's kind of the face of a demographic out there.
And then I
yeah.
was trying to catch the Warriors,
Inspirational.
the Warriors, what's the name too? I don't know why I wanted to hear Draymond talk, but like I was just frustrated because they talking about on NBA League Pass. I wasn't trying to pay for that just to watch these press conferences. So I was depending on people to upload them and stuff. They was being dry.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out why Gordon Hayward is still a member of the Charlotte Hornets. I mean, I kind of know why, but I just need somebody to help me right now.
It's for
Why
like
is Terry
diversity
Rozier?
purposes.
Yeah, why is Terry Rozier still a member of the Charlotte Hornets? You would think that these two basketball players will have enough spirited competition that they wouldn't want to be in such a distraught situation coming from Boston. Now, if they came from another mediocre team or a lesser team, I can understand. But you came from up high to go all the way down to the valley, from the peak to the valley, and you still there, and
Yeah.
you still there, you don't want to win. And this is the
Yeah.
type of demeanor that has saturated the Charlotte Hornets locker room.
Yeah.
People playing but don't want to win nothing. They're just playing for paycheck.
Yeah.
And this is why they're so slothful.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have no confidence in them whatsoever. And you know, it's Mikey's fault. This is Mikey's fault. This ain't got nothing to do with the new leadership in Charlotte. Mikey allowed these people to come up under his dime and not win nothing. It almost feels like this is by design. Well, was by design. Hey, y'all, don't win. Just put up a good showing, but don't win, okay? And now he's 3 billion strong,
Right.
living the lap of luxury,
Yeah. But
while this
like
organization is poverty
the,
stricken.
you know what's crazy about sports in general is that not every owner or go on about
You
they
cutting out.
go on about their day. I'm sorry. So I think that's the Hornet situation. They just there to make money and go on about their day. Like if they so happen to win, it is what it is. You know, and that's that. Like that's why they want to make the play in. They think making the play in is doing something. To them
I
winning the
think they
NC,
overachieved, personally. I really
huh?
do. I think they overachieved making the play in.
I agree.
They snuck
Um,
up on teams,
but
and you know they did what they did.
see, to me, I don't assume that a lesser team is going to win this play-in tournament. Anybody can win. That's how things work. Now, when it comes to like the actual finals, like the NBA finals, that's a little bit different where we as fans say, okay, nah, like they can anybody can win this NCAA tournament, but not anybody can win the NBA finals. Your team has to be built a certain way. Players have to take certain steps, GMs have to make certain trades, whatever it might be. So to me, like I said, the in-season tournament is nothing to me but this new culture of, well, we don't want people to feel like they're not winning in life or they're not good enough. So let's give them something for nothing. Let's let them underachieve constantly. Let's reward bad teams for not even trying to compete. Because I do understand it's a market thing. And when you can't keep guys there, you just can't keep them there. But that's what it means to me. So like I'm not saying like teams like the Lakers are not gonna care about the in-season tournament, but it's just like really when the finals are more important to teams like that. Like with the Suns, nobody's saying, oh, they could be in-season champs. They're instantly saying, oh, if they don't get to the finals, this would be a disappointing year. Same thing with Milwaukee and Boston. No, like we understand that the in-season tournament is here and it's going to start this year, but nobody's talking, and that baffles me. Like I don't understand it.
That makes me think about the small market teams that have blown up over the past few years. Uh, I think that we should not be rewarding teams that suck. I think that we should enter an era where people who aren't winning, they need to be on the clock, like James Dolan and the Knicks. Uh, it should be a renewal of a team because obviously something that's been there for a long time that ain't working. I'll say this right when Warriors started to get new management, new coaches, new players, everything they built that led to a dynasty, they had a mindset that wasn't cool being the laughing stock of the league, and they did something about that. That's the way you have to go about this business. You can't tell me Michael Jordan, as intelligent as he is about the game of basketball, being the laughing stock of the NBA, said, "All right, we gonna bring in Gordon Hayward. and we're gonna bring in Terry Rozier, and we're gonna fire a few coaches. The best thing they did, they did draft Lamelo, but they have not surrounded Lamelo with anything that complements him. That Warriors management, uh, I remember I forgot the guy's name, but the dude who said they wanted to trade, or somebody proposed the trade of Kevin Love for Klay Thompson, and he said he will quit his job if they do that. They don't have a mindset of understanding valuable pieces and how to make them work. And I think that uh, a team like Charlotte, they're gonna have that mental push from not only a play in, but if they were to do something decent in midseason and not have something overall that makes these dudes feel like they really about something, and they continue to miss the playoffs or continue to miss big games every year. And I think that's bad for the game. I think you should feel like a loser and you should feel worthless. It should make you want to go work out. And we just about to start babying grown men, if I'm being real.
Yeah. Yeah, like another problem I have is competition is competition, but like what's with this obsession with, and I know in MLB probably it's just not publicized as much, but what's the NBA's obsession with competing with the NFL? Like I just don't get it. Like it's obviously something there that a lot of casual people are like, yeah, I'd rather mess with football and all. They trickery before I go over here and do that, especially if it's the case of the season is just too long. Why keep like with the in-season tournament? Oh, it'll get people to view in. But the problem is, even from people that like basketball, all I keep hearing is 82 games is too much. You can't keep people engaged for that long. You still have these 82 games, and you're trying to sell me on a point as somebody that likes football first to say, oh, you gonna watch it, you just being a hater. No, I'm not going. The season is still 82 games. I'll catch up with you in January, maybe, if you feeling lucky. Like, I'm gonna catch up with you honestly after the Super Bowl go off. I ain't gonna cap. Like, come on, bro. Like, I don't understand that narrative of the in-season tournament from that standpoint.
I agree with that because one thing that I can say is I've probably watched last year a good 65 games, maybe 70 of the Warriors. I ain't catch all 82. Some nights I'm just thinking like, do I want to watch this matchup? Nah, I'm good. Or man, Clay ain't playing tonight. Nah, I'm good. I know exactly what's happening. It's like you can't force people to watch that because it's gonna be some nights where everything ain't perfect. The NFL gets the luxury of playing 17 games a season to where this day on this week, this is what we doing, and we
Right.
can plan for the next week, and that's that. And we only doing this 17 times, or if we win or get to the playoffs, maybe a few more. But the NBA,
Yeah,
you can't. 82 night party is crazy.
right. Yeah. Like, and then I get the key matchups. Now, on key matchups, I ain't no hater. I admit, I will watch. I don't really care to see the Celtics. I catch them in the playoffs. I'm being honest. The Celtics in the Bucks regular season games, I don't really care. I catch them in the playoffs. The Suns, I hope they make the playoffs, so I catch them in the playoffs too. The Lakers, like that's just the type of NBA fan I am. Like, I'm not saying those regular season big matchups don't matter, but it's just more interesting because it's 82 games, man. Like, well, I will catch them this year because it ain't nothing on TV. They still on strike. So, but on a normal day where we normally have fall television, fall shows coming back, sometimes I'm putting those television shows over the basketball game. Because it's just like, man, it's not the playoffs yet. I catch you in the playoffs. Or I catch what I need to catch up on in the morning with sports news, podcasts, and stuff like that. Twitter now or Instagram, you can catch up that way. Like, yes, highlights, but you could be like, oh, this happened and whatever. Or when ESPN, if the game comes on ESPN when they re-air it early in the morning, and since I work at night, I get to watch it. So
I feel as if they want to force people to watch every game. I
yeah,
feel like that's where the NBA's mindset is.
yeah,
And the NFL, the luxury of the NFL also, other than only having 17 games, is there's a level of culture, a level of, how can I say, the way that they've built these teams in their markets, they're solidified juggernauts. You can't compete with something like that. It's people that have been having certain traditions of a 17 game season for way too long. I think they want instant success, and they're not understanding that the NFL was already what it is. Like, people love it. That you can't change their mind. They understand it's a short time and it's a fun time. It's a great time. I remember last year, right? I hung out with a homie that I met for the first time that was from Baltimore. That's just backstory that's not needed. But the point is, we went out to Buffalo Wild Wings. I was looking at what game was gonna have the Warriors on. Every Buffalo Wild Wings was showing the Dolphins versus the Steelers. It's a whole different dedication to football than it is basketball. And they just need to accept and understand that it's not something you can compete with. These is long standing child dreams, and like, football is a true spectator sport. You know what I'm saying? The NBA, I'll be honest, is too inclusive. When you too include, like, NBA players say don't even watch the game. It's include, like, once you doing it already, you don't got too much interest in it. Football is something that some people know they'll never do, so they get to love it and watch it from afar and leave it as just that. I think the NBA, it's a few things we can change about the NBA, but that's what I noticed when I went out, because I ain't never did that before. I ain't never went out to watch no game, but when I did, I got to see how rabid them fans were, how drunk all the Ice Kings and Ice Queens were, and they were passionate. Everybody had their jerseys on and shit. I've never seen that for a basketball game unless it was a certain game or a certain day. It's just, it's too much. You know what I'm saying? It's oversaturated. I think that's the right word to use there.
Shout
The
out to
NFL
Uncle
is just
Vaughn.
right.
All right, now what's going on,
Shout
Jess?
out to
What's
Uncle
going on,
Vern.
panel?
What's
Hey,
good,
what,
Uncle
what y'all
Vern?
talking about this evening?
Who want to attack that first? I was just talking about the NFL and NBA and viewership. And I was giving my point of why the NFL has a solidified viewership and compared to the NBA trying to gain NFL like, or the NFL's viewership.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
Yeah, that and media day. You know, we still discussing media day. Anything that might have intrigued you, that piqued your interest, or just something that was just so way out, you just want to, talk about it.
Oh, okay. Oh, no, well, like, I was listening to what y'all was saying, about the NFL and stuff like that, right? And the NFL is funny like that because it's a big business with them, and they trying to draw as much money as they possibly can. You understand me? So they trying to draw that viewership, that fanship, and stuff like that because they got to compete with the 30 some other teams that's doing the same thing. So yeah, they trying to fight for that media, right? Trying to do what they can to get that money. That's all I can say about the NFL. That's how they is. They always been like that. It's money first with them, and everything else comes secondary. So their main thing is the profit. It's a business. And another thing too, when I would add on to that back there too, because I noticed that same thing going on in the colleges too. They going to a pro style offense and stuff like that, and that's another thing to bring in viewerships and stuff like that. You understand, make the game exciting and everything. So everything is going like pro style to seem like. So that's what I say about the NFL, and even like I said with college too, it's the same way. So they going into that kind of go for the glory type stuff, get all the fans. I think
I
that's
got a question for you.
what's that?
Would you say uh, that college basketball is not only less entertaining, but a lot of the players are typically less talented than you would see in a college football game?
Yeah. I would say that both of them. I would say yes to both of them. It's less entertaining, and the players are less talented. Because remember, okay, I'm gonna tell you something. The last no, the last player that coming up out of college that people really had their eye on was what's his name, Zion, and he was a nominee. And so people's really not turning on to college basketball like that. You know, you got some good players that come out, they okay, but then and when it comes to the NBA, they ain't really too much making no name. But I said like the last big one was Zion, and you ain't gonna see too many big names coming out like that. Even because if you go back and look at the draft when it came out this year, you know, the rookie draft this year, and you see like what's the name? Miller was what, the second player chosen, and a lot of people didn't know nothing about it. Brandon Miller, they don't know nothing about him. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that. It's that kind of thing. The only time college was when they was really good with that with me, Nico, and you probably attest to this, was when Lonzo was playing at UCLA. Well, that's when people was interested in what was going on in college basketball. And the time after that is when Michigan won that championship. Everything after that, college basketball been taking a back seat. If you've really been paying attention, you'll notice that. They've been taking the back seat to that. To as far as the pros and everything else go, you know, college basketball, they need something. That's why they came up with the NIL thing, Nico. They need to. They need to draw these big players because these big players ain't these good name players ain't gonna be there but no 1 year. Then they done.
I agree with that.
Yeah. So
And
they're not sticking around. They're not sticking around long enough in that program to make that program profitable. You understand me? In that college program. So it's like that. You know, the longevity. And the players aren't all like that anyway. No, they're just
you
not.
know what? I forget about that sometimes. A
Yeah.
lot of these guys are one and done. There's no
Yeah.
real building on the fan base. There's no building on campus. There's no
Yeah.
like, hey, this guy is somebody we've been loving for years. Like
Right.
the NFL has that. A
And
lot
then,
of these
and then
dudes are campus heroes.
right. And then you have to realize the reason why it is like that, especially in college basketball with the with the college with the college teams and stuff like that. With them. The reason why it's like that because, like I said before, they wasn't giving the players NIL money. They wasn't having no chance for them to make their brand bigger. They wasn't doing that. Now with that day they started with that NIL thing, it's a different thing now. And they also started with the transport portal. So if you ain't happy over here, especially with the football team, because they got like almost 100 players on their team, something like that, you know. But even with that, they can move around more. Now it's all you. Now you people want to be there a little bit longer. They might want to get their 3 years up in there so they can get up out of there. Because you got to be 3 years into the to get into the pros and come up out of college. You just can't come out your freshman and senior year like that. So they got them rules and them regulations. But yeah, it's making it that now with the NIL and with the transfer portal, it's making it more easier for them students to stick around and be mobile. You know, they want to stick with one team and just sit there because the coach don't like them. You know, they'd be a 5-star American and everything, but the coach don't like them, so they sit their butt on the bench for 4 years, maybe 6.
I actually
They
seen
can't,
somebody say something like that recently.
yeah,
They
they
were
can't.
saying that Nick Saban can't keep all these 5 stars on the bench no more because they can transfer.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I'm telling you, boy. That's a good thing too. That's what gonna make the playing field that much more better. That will. Because they got a place to go. They got somewhere else to go. Remember, because like it's a different thing with the college athlete with the college players in basketball, one and done. College football players, they got to stick around for that 3 years, right? So that changed their window of avenue of that the window, but their avenue of success where they can move it, how they can direct and do this and then do that, and then make some money too. That way they won't be getting caught going to the store like dude did. He a 5-star American and everything. He couldn't afford to get no food because he 350 some pounds and the what's the name kitchen was closed and everything else. So he goes steal up some Doritos and some what's the name and get caught and get kicked off the team. What is he sitting down there being a 5-star American for? And he's sitting up there stealing Doritos and stuff up out of the store for him. Why come you guys ain't taking care of him like you're supposed to be doing? That's all I'm saying. And there's a lot of them out there, Nico.
One thing I will give some credit to before whoever else want to go, uh, Angel Reese and the female basketball. I will say this, right?
Yeah.
If it was, let's say, 5 years ago, and she built this following that she has now, and then she went to the WNBA, that following would have dispersed immediately. The fact that she's not motivated to go to the pros because she can make more money and build her brand more in college, She
Yeah,
probably can build a bigger fanship, a bigger viewership as she ascends once her time is over.
it ain't no
Yeah,
problem to it. It ain't no
yeah,
problem to it. Yeah, and not only that not only just that, Nico. It's like this with that. Okay, remember? Okay, you talk about Angel Reese.
yes,
And okay, now look with that. Now look here. Remember when Boss Stu came out of that what's the name, that media company, Boss Stu? Remember when they came at a real big and real bold and stuff, saying that she was doing this, and then Shaq turned around and said and told that dude Dave, whatever his name is, that's the head of them out there, and Shaq said, "Your mama." Well, that's what Shaq said. Dig it so. Boss Stu turned around, and let me tell you something, how they do that. Boss Stu turned around and did that with Coach Prime and them out there at CU. They turned around and predicted their schedule for the rest of the season, and they put about 3 or 4 losses up in there. And Bucky, what's the name? Deion Sanders Jr. turned around and said, "Look here, y'all work with us, and half the time you look like you're supposed to be working for us. Now it seems like you're going all against us with these. We gonna take these losses. We gonna take these losses. How is you gonna be with us and you sit up there talking about we gonna take these losses?" Dude checked them, and then guess what happened? About maybe 2 or 3 hours later, Boss Stu refocused on that forecast. They got them winning all the games now. It ain't gonna be no red check marks off. I'm telling you, this power, dude, it makes people change their attitude real fast. You understand me, Nico?
yeah. I
And
seen when
that
it happened.
and that's them same people that called old girl Angel Reed. What did he call? What did that guy call her? You don't know her. What did he call her? He called her a spoiled something. Yeah, Dave. What's his name? He's the head of the boss stool. Yeah, he the head of them. But he called her a spoiled something. I forgot what it was, but he called her spoiled something. It was all in the news. But yeah. But he got his today though. Yeah, Deion Sanders Jr. took care of that one. I like that. I like what's going on out there. People getting checked all the way around the board. They think they can make money off what you talk about you like they want to. Don't work like that. Sometimes you making money off. If you making money off me, I'll find out how you getting it. And I'll cut that off real fast. It's a
Yeah, I
business.
respect that.
It's a
Uh,
business out there.
yeah, I seen when Bucky put that response out,
Yeah, real
and
fast.
my thing is right. If you are, because they was posted by CU Boulder, the Barstool page for them. I'm
Right,
thinking to myself like, how you as the CU Boulder Barstool sitting here predicting your team is gonna lose games?
right,
I'm not saying be delusional,
right.
but my thing is they've showed something that should make you think a little higher of them.
Right. And not only that, because you know that lady that usually be sitting with Coach Prime during the game, that white lady with the glasses, you know she's a what's her name? She's an executive person with them, with Barstool. You know that, right? She's an executive player with Barstool. You know that, right?
I did not.
Yeah, well, you there. Yeah, she is. She's an executive with them. That's why she's with Coach Prime all the time. Coach Prime is like, he worked for them to a certain extent, but to a certain extent they work for him. But yeah, but they pay him, so hey, that's how it is. Yeah, but that's what that is. That's that's the reason why I brought it up, because we were talking about Angel. Yeah, that's what it is. That's the business of it. That's the nature of it, the business nature of it. Yeah,
Yeah, and I respect that because it's people are starting to be more attracted to authenticity. I remember before we got to this point, and in the beginning of the season, I remember telling Dex that Dion was going to win over the white people,
yeah,
and Dex was telling me how he didn't have to do that.
yeah,
And my thing is, I already knew that. Like when you go to a place that's that populated by one people, you have to do that.
yeah.
I
You do.
think I think Colorado is, or especially Boulder, is like 92% Ice King and Ice Queens out there.
Yeah,
That's a crazy scenario. That means everywhere you go, out of 10 people, you might see somebody else.
yeah. But see, hey, but Nico, the way you mentioned it, and you're right too. But understand this. You know how Coach Prime accommodated them with that. He let 2 of the starters be the kicker, one of them, and also the what's the name, the other guy, the one that's on defense, number 43.
The safety,
Trevor
Yeah,
Trevor
Woods.
Woods.
yeah. So he accommodated them then, like he accommodated them in that area with that situation right there. You understand me? So it adds, to a certain extent, it adds flavor to it, and it makes them more comfortable. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, yeah.
Because ain't no other way Trevor Woods should be starting. That
Right.
nigga trash.
Yeah, well, right.
All right, let me not say that, but he's got some some things that I think that he's missing as a safety that would make him a starter. But
Yeah,
he's starting.
Well, he lacking speed. I mean, his IQ level is pretty good, but he just don't have the speed.
Well,
Because
his hustle.
he has made some crucial plays for Colorado.
yeah,
Yeah, he's
yeah.
good in pass coverage, but the way he attacks the run game is pathetic. The way he attacks tackling and his angles, pathetic.
Yeah. And just lack of speed. That's what I'm saying. He don't have the speed.
Yeah,
He's there. You know, he tried to get at the ankles, but he just can't catch up.
yeah,
Well, I'll say this, right? Because it's a slight tangent, but not really. Being a Titans fan, we had a safety named Michael Griffin, and he was one of the worst players I've ever seen in my entire life because he would never perform a form tackle. And when somebody was running the ball, if it was a big running back, this is back in the days where you could skate over actually playing correctly as long as you made a few plays here and there. He would get a few picks, but when it's the run game, absolutely one of the worst players you've ever seen. I seen that in Trevor Woods, and I thought, okay, it's no way he's starting week 2. But Uncle Vern gave me a perspective that makes sense, and I'm gonna have to agree with him for now. I'm gonna have to agree. We're
yeah.
appealing to demographics.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Somebody who's going to take a position has to take it. See, this is Coach Prime to cover himself. You know, well, if anybody going to lose a spot as far as he's concerned, they have to lose that spot in practice. It ain't a game that's going to make them lose that spot. It's going to be practice that's going to make them lose that spot. And as far as your running back coaches go, your receiving coaches, your special team coaches, and all these other coaches with these different departments of the team, they're going to have their favorites. You understand me? Because then I go right back to say this, Nico. Why is McCaskill playing more? You understand me? Then Coach Pratt would say, well, he's hurt and everything else. But I mean, why
He
you?
was.
Yeah,
He ain't
well,
hurt no more.
why is you bringing him in for these little short stints like against that loss against Oregon? You brought him in and he ran about 5 plays or something like that. This last game you bring him in for just 1 play. But the reason why I don't have to ask them that question. The reason why is because of that quarterback, that running back coach. The running back coach don't see him breaking up out of that past them other 3 players. So he got to get past all 3 of them. You understand me, right, Nico?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm glad you brought up McCaskill because I'm dropping a video tomorrow on him saying
yeah,
that he needs to start because
yeah.
he's the most complete running back.
Yeah, but I agree. But remember, Coach Prime do said what? He don't decide on that. What he decide on is he put it into his coaches. That go with the running back coach. You understand me? He ain't just right there. You see how he's being successful. That running back coach is being in running back room. Just put it in running back room is being successful. Ain't none of them got over 100 yards yet.
That's facts. That's why
Yeah,
I believe that McCaskill needs to start
yeah,
because Dylan work hard, but Dylan too small. If Dylan don't got space,
yeah,
it's good game. He
yeah.
not finna break a few tackles.
Right.
He's strong, but he's not like that balanced. I'll compare him to like I don't know if y'all know Rondale Moore, but he on the Cardinals now. But when he was at Purdue, he's about 5'9", probably 180. But he would break tackles. When people would run into him, he would bounce off. I'll say this, Dylan ain't one of those kind of guys yet. At least not yet.
No,
Maybe in a few years.
he
But
ain't
right now
big
he's
like
not.
that. His
Yeah.
his speed. I'm sorry, Nico. His
Oh,
speed
you
makes
good?
him. His speed makes him valuable like that. Not his strength. His strength ain't like that. He ain't gonna be knocking nobody over like that. Running past no. He ain't. No, that ain't him. He don't. He can't do that. Matter of fact, he'll bounce off of him and fall down on the ground and try to get up and run again. But that's not the point. The point is this, though. Like I said, and then you go right back past Dillon. You look at back who's the others was Hankerson and who else? The other one. The one that's not
Hankerson,
there. The
they
one
got
in Jackson
Cavassier
State.
Smoke, and they got Savion Wilkerson.
And then Kavase Smoke ain't getting no playing time. You think McCaskill ain't getting no time? Kavase Smoke ain't getting no playing time. So you see what I mean, right? They got to climb, but both of them got to climb the ladder all the way up to the starting running back. You know, because it really don't make a difference if McCaskill get even more healthier. He got to take that, and he got to take that spot where in practice. Well, wait. What about when he get to the game? If he can take it all the way he wants to in practice, but what about he get to the game and not be able to show what he can do in the game and not get enough time to do that? What are you doing? You trying to save him, preserve him, or you trying to let him get loose? Because if you trying to let him get loose, you wouldn't give him 5 tries against Oregon and then turn around and give him 1, especially with this kind of loss. You just gave that USC loss. He should have been out there from day 1 because they were.
Yeah, but Hankerson did play well that game.
Yeah, because he got a touchdown and he got a little bit more yards than he would have usually do. As you call that playing well, I really don't call that playing well.
Well, for them, yeah, because I ain't gonna say that's well,
right,
because
right.
I'm a Derrick Henry fan. I know what elite running back is,
Yeah.
but he
Go
did
ahead.
bust a few plays that was like, okay, I see why you playing, but when he got to the secondary, he couldn't do nothing more. It was either run the guy over, stiff arm him, and no, they going for his legs, he fall.
There you go.
I see somebody like McCaskill is he's able to make one cut jumps, he's able to juke, he's able to stiff arm, truck, and he's also fast.
Yes.
And he has vision. So
Yeah.
I believe they should have started from day one, but they still had him on the yellow jersey.
Yeah, but he ain't on the yellow jersey no more.
Exactly. And he still ain't playing. That's
Yep.
crazy.
Nope, it comes down to, like I said, he got to beat them other guys out. And evidently, they want to see it in practice. Evidently, they call themselves not seeing it in practice. I mean, my point is this. If maybe you ain't trying to see it in practice.
Yeah, that's what you begin to wonder.
Yeah.
Like somebody like Dylan.
And I'm going to
go ahead.
Nico, I'm going to tell you something for real, though. Let me give you another example, too, about how they doing over there with that thing, too. Because it ain't talking derogatory against them, but this is going into their game plan. They want to hold they want to hold Hunter out. You understand me? They can easily lose this game against the Sun Devils real easy because they're not playing at that kind of mentality that they're supposed to be at because they're lacking. So they can come up against this team, and this team, the Sun Devils, are tricky. But my point is this: what Coach Prime is doing, he want to keep Travis Hunter out until this after the bye week. That's the 7th game. We go into the 6th game. We're going to play with the Sun Devils, and then there's another game after that, and then we get the bye week. He's trying to keep Travis Hunter out all those games up into that, past the scheduled time that he was supposed to be out for that 3 weeks. Travis Hunter could have played that same day if they didn't go with that doctor's thing. And I'll give you another example. Remember when Shiloh was saying he was seeing P? Didn't nobody else see P but him. He said he was seeing P. So they held him out. They took him to the hospital and checked on everything else, but they held him out. How come is he running right back now? If he was in such a big thing with his kidneys and everything, he's seeing P. How come he ain't held out for another 2 or 3 weeks like what's the name is doing? You get me?
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Shiloh is coming back. Shiloh's playing next week. Shiloh took his own self up out of that game. It wasn't nothing wrong with him. He took himself up out of that game. And Coach Prime knew it too, but Coach Prime didn't dispute it. He just said, yeah, Shiloh gonna be back this week. But he had the same thing. He said his kidneys was hurt. He was peeing out blood. I think, hey, wait, we got to get a solution. These 2 or 3 weeks precaution to see the monitor to see if it's still gonna happen. He was only out 1 game. And why he checked himself out, I think it was because we were playing against USC, and he knew it was going to be an ass whooping coming. And then he knew they was going to get threatened real deep in the secondary, and he's supposed to be that guy in the secondary. But he checked himself out of the game.
I'm going to say it here, even though we already know Cormani McClain is him.
Yeah, him. Yeah.
At first, I was worried because he was, he's too cool. But when I see he's a gamer. Yeah. Everybody, you can't get the best out of him in practice. It just is what it is. But when you get on that field, he a different animal. And I think that he's going to be a cornerstone for Colorado for at least two and a half years because this year is over.
Yeah.
I see him being that guy. He's going to leave as a junior, and he's going to be in the first round easily.
Yeah, well, right. After this year, he only got 1 more year, then he gone because he already had that first year at Jackson State. So
no, I'm talking about Cormani.
Oh, you talk Cormani? Oh, Cormani.
Yeah, Cormani is him.
Yeah. Okay. You like the way he came through. I like the way he came through. He came through right on target. Nico, they gonna give that team they got out there in Colorado. They gonna get better. Them young guys finna step up. If you notice that, they stepping up for real. They stepping up. So they gonna get those spots in the game. That's when they get that opportunity, like Kamani did, like that other guy, the other freshman,
Marion
Miller. Yeah, they're gonna get that's what I mean, Nico. He didn't get the. They didn't get them. They didn't get them spots in no practice, did they?
Nope.
No,
They
they got
proved it on the
yeah,
field.
they got him in the game, Nico. So when Coach Pride sits up there tell you, well, if they're gonna get there, they're gonna get it in practice. That's bull. That's copy watch. Ain't nobody watching practice. The only reason why they watching practice now because well, our media's doing it right now with that. Ain't nobody. That's out. That's like Albert Iverson. Practice.
You know what? That makes me want to call Dion out. I'm gonna
Yeah,
be honest. I just watched the well off media video where he was speaking to the 76ers. And he said that he's so strict on his timing and his rules. Shiloh came early, but he came late for the time that Dion said.
yeah,
And he held Shiloh out the championship game. And
yeah.
then he admitted if it was
But
Shador,
no,
that wouldn't have happened.
he didn't pull him out. Shiloh didn't start the game. He didn't play in the first half.
He said he didn't play at all
In the
in the
championship,
championship game.
what the last one they played with out there?
Yeah.
He played in that game. He didn't start. Shiloh
Well,
played in that game.
I will say this though.
Go ahead.
Again, he said if it was Shador, that wouldn't have happened.
Who said that?
That's what Dion said.
Well, yeah,
He said that in the most recent well-off video. So he do got some flip-flop in him.
right. That's double talk.
Yeah, he do got
Yeah,
some flip-flop in him.
right.
But
It's the point is with Shiloh, you can afford to lose Shiloh for a half or something like that. Well, actually, you can lose Shiloh. Like I said, he took himself up out of the game. Reason why Dion was upset about it because he don't want that. He want to keep on impressing upon and keep pushing Shiloh because that spot. That matter of fact, that secondary for to get tested. These rest of these, especially if playing in the Pac-12, they throw the ball a lot. So if they throw the ball a lot like that, your secondary better be up to par. You can't be getting beats on them under routes and stuff like that all the time because that's on you. And it makes you look bad. Shiloh getting a lot of tackles. Understand that. He got some interceptions and he getting a lot of tackles. He's going to be getting a lot of work. And I think he's not set for that. I don't think he built like that, to be honest with you. I think he's getting scared of it. But I'll wait and see how it goes through. But that go right back to Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders gonna make him get out there, come hell or high water. I don't care if he got one leg, he gonna make him get up out there. That's what it is. But he don't want to give that spot. But this is what you asked Deion Sanders. Look here, Deion, can you lose a spot if the person go on the injury, and they can get their spot back? I guess.
well, the thing is, I don't know. I'm starting to question things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know.
I'm questioning things.
I do too. Especially when it comes down to the coaching staff. That coaching staff ain't the brightest apples in the league. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, they kind of they got their faults.
Yeah, they do.
I was a bit confused when I kept seeing the run play get called at the end of the USC game.
Yeah,
I was confused.
yeah.
We don't got enough time. You ain't got no timeouts to be doing this.
Right. Yeah.
But they still kept doing it though.
Yeah.
So now I'm worried.
Yeah. You have reason enough to be. It seems like they shoot their own selves in the foot. Even with all the talent they got, it seems like they still would shoot their own self in the foot.
And I do think half of that is just them building this regime at a school that none of them had the opportunity to coach at before.
Right.
Other than the Alabama defensive coach, I think a majority of these guys are coming from lower levels and trying to replicate it at a higher level.
I agree.
And I think that's why a lot of those mistakes are happening.
Yeah.
And they're learning that this shit is for real.
Yeah. And you know, eventually they're gonna have Warren Sapp at least by next year, or maybe into this before this year's out. They're gonna have Warren Sapp as a coach out there.
Yeah, coaching the defensive line.
Right.
That could be game changing. I do got to see.
Coaching and recruiting. I'm sorry, Nico. Coaching.
No, you good.
Recruiting. Yeah, coaching and recruiting. He's gonna be doing that, both of them. He's gonna have the two hats on. Can you imagine him coming to a lineman's house, representing CU University, and say, "Oh man, that's Warren Sapp. Mama, look, it's Warren Sapp."
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, and I think that's the leverage that Coach Prime is bringing.
Yeah.
Is having those names, like people that you would have I would say the celebrity to meet,
yeah,
but not have the chance to meet.
Right.
You're getting the chance to meet those guys.
Yeah. So you
And,
talk about with coaches like Coach Boyle and stuff like that. They say, "Oh, you don't really know nothing about them and nothing like that." But once you start getting these coaches in that these players recognize and they heard of and they know something about, man, that changed everything. That
yeah,
changed the whole complex of the situation of the team. Really, yeah,
and
yeah,
I see. Well, I haven't seen Warren Sapp coach yet. Me personally, I have not did any digging,
yeah.
but I think just having his mind on the defensive line and how to win,
Right,
I think that's what's gonna change things. Because you could see To just being around the receivers is making them go hard.
right,
He ain't even a coach, but he just telling them to do certain things.
right.
And that's, I mean, Amarion came out killing. It's a
Yeah,
reason. It's not just because they didn't have a film on him. He was doing something right.
yeah. Yeah, they coached him up in a good way, coached him up to the point that they can get his character going. He got a winning character because if you go back and check what he was doing in high school and everything, you see that this dude is ready. You understand me? You know, and they came there and Colorado got real lucky and blessed by getting me. Yeah, he ready for this, man. He built for it. A lot of, like I said before, a lot of them ain't built for it. Nico. A lot of them ain't built for it. So then Coach Prime finding out who's built for it and who ain't. You heard what he said. and,
Yeah.
and a lot of them gonna be losing some spots. They're just not built for it, and it shows.
And the thing is, that's no slight to them because they working for it. But sometimes you just not it. That's how life is sometimes.
Yeah,
You can work hard and still not be it. And that's what I see. I'll say somebody like let me see. I'm trying to think of somebody I could throw out there other than Trevor Woods. Or I'll say the line, right? I'll use the offensive line. The offensive line, you could tell they work hard. They put in everything that it took to be a great offensive line, but they just not one of those guys. This a world breaker. They ain't one of them linemen. This 6'4", 330, shake the ground when he walk. You can't make that up. That's something that comes natural. So Coach Prime want to bring in the guys that are natural freaks, and then teach them to be the hardworking guys that the guys who aren't natural freaks are. That's a dangerous combination.
right. And not only with that, he wanted to a certain extent. He want them to get the glory, but he want to get the credit. You understand?
Yeah,
Want to get the credit and saying, "Okay, this is what I did." Like with Kamani, use another example. With Kamani, he want to be the one to get the credit for that. He didn't want Kamani to just come in and they want to just take over and do like that. He wanted to see this. Look here, I strive and look here. I stayed on him and I did that, and I to a certain extent I broke him and he started playing like he's supposed to. I broke him and then he started playing like he's supposed to, or like I want him to. But
yeah,
not really, because of the fact that he just didn't have the opportunity to do it at first. You were stifling in him. And then when he got a chance to get out there and do it, you can't stifle him no more. Get me?
yeah,
He didn't learn those things when he stepped out there with CU. Because the last time we seen that he was doing something, he was batting garbage can throwing up. And they made a point to show that like it wasn't nothing. And everything that he done after that, they didn't show nothing on him no more on the films. Him making an interception. That's it. That's all. And that's well off media doing that.
yeah. They showing them now, and
Yeah.
I think it came to a point where they were asking about Cormani Weekly when we get a chance to see him. As soon as Travis went down, so that means Oregon, USC, and now this week they would have been asking if he wasn't playing. But he did get a chance to come out there in Oregon and showed that he's, you know what? When you losing the game 40 to 0, you don't have to play that hard.
Hey,
He still he came in and played hard.
Nico, can I say this because you
Yeah,
talking about that Oregon game? Remember, he the one came in and made that tackle with that trick play, right? But
yeah,
when he was in that game with the Oregon game, he wasn't playing in his position. He was just in that Oregon game playing on special teams. You know that, right?
yeah. He didn't get in so late.
Yeah, on special teams too. You're right. He was getting more time on special teams than he was at the corner, playing on the corner.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
special teams is like a position to whoop you in the shape because nobody wants to play it. So you're gonna have to go hard.
And then you have to, okay, when you said it like that, you have to ask yourself too, why are they struggling on special teams? Because they have quick players that gets to the ball fast. Why are they struggling? You know why? You want to know why they're struggling? Because they got a bunch of players that shouldn't be on those special teams anyway. They should be playing their rifle and full of position, but Coach Prime's sitting up there playing favoritism to a certain extent. He don't know how to judge character. He don't know how to get these people on the floor, on the field and use them rightly and in order. So like he falling off on these coaches that he got. These coaches they got, they ain't really knowledgeable like that, Nico. So you said that
Yeah.
yourself. They don't even understand talent. As far
One
as
thing I will give him credit for is he's doing a majority right job, because most coaches don't get it right. I even remember, well, not remember, Nick Saban got 5 stars on the bench every year. A lot of those guys probably should be starting. A lot of those guys probably shouldn't be starting. And then I'll take it back to the year I was watching Alabama. Obviously, is when Derrick Henry got there. Derrick Henry was 6th string on the roster. He didn't play until they played Arkansas. He got a few runs in games before then. But Arkansas, he got one play, ran at 80 yards, his first touch. When you go to practice, you wouldn't have known that, hey, Derrick Henry can take it 80 yards off one touch and outrun everybody on the field. You see it here and there, but most running backs do pretty well at practice. It is what it is. I've never seen a running back just really be trash at practice. The thing is, can he do it in the game? And I think that year they had TJ Yeldon, they had Kenyon Drake, Alvin Kamara, LT Tenpenny, and then they had Derrick Henry at number 6. After that, he was on number 3. And after a few games at number 3, he was at number 2. And then after a few more games, he was sharing number 1. And that was toward the Sugar Bowl or the Alamo Bowl, whatever it was called. But imagine if he was playing from the beginning.
Didn't Derrick Henry play back up to the Heisman Trophy winner? What was his name?
Are you talking about Mark
Heisman
Ingram?
Trophy winner? Yeah, Ingram. Yeah, Mark Ingram.
Mark Ingram left the year before that.
Oh, year before. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
And that's when TJ Yeldon. It was Mark Ingram and TJ Yeldon. And then next year, TJ Yeldon took the starting spot, and Kenyon Drake became the second. And then they had a bunch of 5-star recruits they was bringing in.
Okay.
But Derrick Henry took the job from basically everybody. But you wouldn't have seen that in practice. You wouldn't have seen it in practice. So practice ain't a be all end all, and I hate for it to be used by Deion Sanders in a way of, oh, they need to be doing this in practice for it to happen here. Some people are, let's say this, right? You might not run as fast running as you would if somebody's chasing you. It's a certain level of competitive or just the fuel of other things that get your juices flowing that practice can't. And I'm speaking also from experience. You would think I was trash in practice, but when it came to game day, I was on point. I'm locked in. This for all the marbles. You can't produce that. Everybody can't produce that same energy in practice. Shout out to the guys who can, though.
So that means, so you saying the practice is useless?
No, I wouldn't say it's useless because you get reps and you can take the mental notes and you can do things that you do in practice in the game. But it's a level of, let's say like a NBA season, right? You know you're going to get some great performances, but everybody's going 75 or 80. Playoffs, you can get 100. But throughout the regular season, no matter how tight the game is, you won't see a good 80, good 85 at maximum. That's just how it is for practice and football and game day. Practice, you're going to get a good 80. Some people could practice at 100. But it's usually the guys who ain't the guys. Some people practice well, right? I'll use Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter is very well conditioned. He does go hard, but he makes it look easy because he already know what he's doing. Somebody like Cormani, because I'm pretty sure we all have seen him in practice. He jog around. He cool. He don't really run as hard as. If you was just going off practice, Cormani would never play. But when he got in that game, he was whooping ass, wasn't he?
Yep.
So
I mean, he didn't have no tackles, but he made sure that he shut down his man.
Yeah, he basically, I ain't gonna front. When he got in, bro wasn't even a factor no more. They didn't even
Yep.
go to that side of the field.
Then he go to
After
the
that,
side of the field.
remember they flipped the play? He broke up the touchdown. They flipped the play to the other side. They said, nah, we ain't trying him no more.
Yeah, and plus he got the interception. They got called back.
Hmm.
So yeah, he was making too many plays. So they were like, you know what? I'm quite sure there's a weaker part of the field than that.
And then they start going at the corner who been starting.
Right.
Number 3, I forgot his name right now. His name better not be a Marion too. It's something.
Marion Cooper.
Oh man, it's another one.
Yeah, Cooper.
But
Talk about Cooper.
yeah. So they start going to him, the dude who's a junior and from Alabama.
Yeah. No.
They'd rather go at him than at Cormani. And I started to realize what the difference was. When Uncle Vern was talking about the certain guys and their capabilities, I'll say Cormani McClain is 6'2". It might not be a crazy difference from 6 feet, but it really starts to play like football is a game of inches, honestly. And the length that Cormani provides is something you're not gonna find on most fields. So you can't really prepare for that. Amarion Cooper is he's the average big corner. He's 6 foot, 190. You can prepare for that. That's why they picked on him. This is like our corner. You can't prepare for somebody like Cormani, who's he's just a fingertip longer than the other guy, and he's able to break the play up.
Yep, exactly.
And he got the intelligence, the ability, and the know-how.
Yep.
As a freshman.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you all the way with that, Nico. Yeah, and like I said before, too, Nico, it's gonna be hard to keep him up off the field. But if anybody could do it, it'd be the coaches.
I'll say this: I don't think he coming off the bench no more. It's for what purpose? Once I seen Travis Hunter coaching him too, I feel as if they coaching him to play, coaching him to start. Just because he's kind of been indoctrinated into people's eyes to where it's like we can't sit him no more. That's kind of how it was. Not to always go to Derrick Henry, but it's my easiest reference because I watched it from the beginning. When Derrick Henry got a 70-yard run against the Colts and a 70-yard run against the Texans to end the game, he wasn't playing. DeMarco Murray was getting all the snaps. So they like, wow, this dude is 6'3", 250, outrunning the entire defense. That's something that you can't teach that. Most dudes who are that size don't outrun nobody. So the fact that they seen that, they said, all right, we got to start giving him more reps. The fans are wondering if this is just a flash in the pan or is this nigga special? Yeah. And they couldn't hold him back, so he started playing here and there, and they start sharing snaps for the rest of the season.
Yep, it was a flash in the pan.
And that's something that they can't do with I forgot his name right now. With just Cormani, yeah, they can't do that with him no more.
Hey,
seen him?
How did what's the name? The one you talk about? How did he turn down the pros?
Oh, Derrick Henry?
Yeah,
a flash in the pan.
The greatest running back that we've ever seen.
In the pros, he turned down like that in the pros.
Yeah.
Heck no, he had one season.
Stop it, Dex. All right. Look, see, Dex is out here being facetious.
One hit wonder.
No, stop it. He's still leading the league in rushing. But my thing is this, right? If you get a chance, Uncle Brian, because Derrick Henry, even before he got the 2,000-yard season, he had a 99-yard run, breaking 3+ tackles on the play. That game, he had 14 carries. It's about the time where they were still trying to spot him, treat him like he not the nigga he is. Right. They had Deion Lewis there. He had 14 carries for 239 yards. That's 14 yards per carry and 4 touchdowns. That shit is crazy when you think about it.
It was another Chris Johnson. Chris Johnson, one hit wonder, 2,000-yard rusher.
Well, Chris Johnson did that year 2. So Chris Johnson kind of faded away quicker. He got that CJ2K after only one season. First season, I think he had 1,300. Second season, 2,000 yards. And from there, he probably got the most, probably 1,500. Derrick Henry he was leading the league in rushing the season after 2,000 yards. He had 500 yards more than every other running back by week 7, and he got hurt playing the Colts, and he was out for the rest of the season. And the year before that, the year before 2,000 yards, he led the league in rushing with, I think, 1,600 yards around there. He's really him, Dex. I don't want you guys to, just take my word for it. He's really him. He has the most 200-yard rushing games in the history of the NFL. He has the most long runs of any running back that's ever played football. And that's only in a few years. We got to give him that credit.
Yeah. I know he was a beast in college. I wasn't keeping up with him in the pros, but I know in college he was a beast.
Well, when you get a chance, hey, just watch them top Derrick Henry plays. You're gonna be like, God damn, it's really something to behold. And I'm not saying that just because I'm a fan. I'm always enamored. And he still is that guy though. He just played for a poo-poo team. if you ain't got no receivers, all we gonna do is load up the box and stop the run. It's simple. I think that a college team like Alabama could figure that out. They ain't got no receiving threats and their quarterback trash. We just gonna load the box up and force him to pass. That's what's happening to him, and he's still producing. I think that's a special guy. He ain't get the Great Wall of Dallas like Emmitt Smith. You know what? Not to say Derrick Henry line not even good. That's the crazy thing. Let me think of some other nice running backs that just was blessed. I'll say this: Adrian Peterson. That's probably the next best running back other than Barry Sanders. That was just like with poo-poo teams that have no real threats, and they made it work. That's the class that he's in. Those dudes that got nothing going for them, they got to make something happen.
Who would you put Ricky Williams between Ricky Williams and Bo Jackson? Who would you put ahead of them two?
You know what? I go Ricky Williams as far because he had a whole career. Bo Jackson's was cut short, but if we just go off the few years, Bo Jackson, you look at that sample size, it's magical. And I would say just him if I had that just simple parameter of the time that he played or the time Ricky Williams played. I would say Bo Jackson, but just because Ricky had a full career, I got to give it to him. He might not have produced like they thought he would.
Are you talking college or pros?
Pros.
Oh, I was talking both actually, yeah. But yeah, pros. I was more on pros than anything. Because Ricky Williams' career was cut short too, right?
Yeah, but not by injury.
Yeah, I know.
His brain was injured. What do you mean? He had an injury.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He went ahead and took care of that
had
himself.
a hole in his brain.
Yeah, he did something called self-medication for all that.
Yeah, well, right now it's legal, so he was way ahead of his time.
He was ahead of his time, exactly.
Yeah, I give him his credit for that because he was a pioneer.
Yeah.
But he still did have, let's just say we got to see his prime, what it looked like. Bo Jackson's prime was what, for a season and a half?
I said, yeah, 2 seasons at the most.
Yeah. And it was
Gemini, you said if both Bo, but Ricky Williams got all the records in college.
Ricky Williams got one of the greatest college careers that we could ever imagine.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I would say if we add all that together, I say Derrick Henry is the greatest running back I've ever seen in life. He got 12,000 yards in high school. The most yards ever at Alabama.
I guess since we ain't talking about Clay.
Oh yeah, see, no, we don't gotta talk about Clay right now. I gotta let Clay rebound himself. I don't want to do it for him.
That's what I'm saying. So now move to Derrick Henry. See, you was this avid about Klay Thompson.
Well, the thing is, Derrick Henry was hurt, so I couldn't preach. But I've been like this for a while. I promise you, Dex. I got into so many arguments way back in like 2014, 2015, because I was telling niggas Derrick Henry's the best running back ever. And they was like, no, he not even starting. He can't even get a starting role on this team. He's not that good. And, at that time, Christian McCaffrey was Jesus and Ezekiel Elliott Le'Veon Bell, a few other names too. But point being, those was the guys at the top of the list that could do no wrong, and they were some of the greatest things we've ever seen. I was telling people, nah, I promise you, Derrick Henry's better than every one of these
But
dudes.
do Derrick Henry catch the ball out the backfield?
He can, they just don't use him for it. And that's the craziest thing, right? A dude who's not even when he's in the game, you know it's 99% a run. He don't even go out the backfield half the time, but he's got a few plays where he's got a few touchdowns on receptions, I'll say. That's the crazy thing. He probably got the most long runs as a running back for receptions. He got a 70-yarder against the Browns, a 52-yarder against the Jaguars. He just had a long run against the Saints last week or 2 weeks ago. He's special, Dex. Just watch the highlights sometime.
No, I'm familiar with Derrick Henry.
Yeah, I'm not saying you don't, but I'm just saying I get a feeling when I watch the highlights.
Oh boy!
Like, I get the rolling around and it get crazy.
Rolling around in baby oil.
No, it ain't like that. I'm just talking about like on level of like I get the yelling. It make you feel feral and just like I love to see greatness. You know what I'm saying? I get real passionate about that because I was there to see it from the beginning, and I've been telling people, and it's nice to see it unfold. So it's a different passion. Same with Clay. I was telling people that Clay was going to be nice, and that next year he came out. He gave you 37 and a quarter, 26 and a quarter against the Grizzlies, 22 and a quarter, and they won a championship.
Oh, so
But
you was on Clay in college?
No, it's early, when he was a rookie. That's when I got into him. In college, well, at that time I didn't really watch college basketball. It's still as trash as I remember. It's just a bunch of dudes who all want to shoot the basketball but can't. That's honestly what I feel like when I watch college basketball. Like, damn, these niggas suck.
That's a trip, huh? That's a trip that they can't shoot on.
Yeah, I'm like, every last one of these dudes is trash.
Oh, shit, here comes Chance. What was that piece?
Nah, go ahead and spit.
What's going on, Chance? You must have heard that Ricky Williams. That's the only reason why he got up here, and I know why.
No, it's good to hear Chance.
You heard about that Ricky Williams, that San Diego connection.
What happened with Ricky?
That was saying who was the better back, Ricky or Bo Jackson?
Oh, Bo Jackson, easy, hands down.
What about in college?
In college? Oh, well, you got to give it to Ricky in college.
What about together?
Bo Jackson, hands
down.
I
don't know.
Look, I was at the game. I was at the Cincinnati Bengals game where Joe Jackson got hurt on that sideline and messed up his hip. Right, my whole Pop Warner team was there, and I felt like my whole life that I was the reason why he messed up his hip.
Is that right?
Huh?
I said, is that right? You said your whole Pop Warner team was there?
Yeah, my whole because we played for the Balboa Raiders, so the whole Pop Warner team was there, man. That was devastating.
That's crazy. That's some good history right there.
Yeah,
I understand. I respect that you could have that conviction in yourself. I felt like that when I was sitting on my bed yelling at the TV, cheering for Klay Thompson in 2019.
Look, man, if you gotta say 2000, then you ain't even old enough to even say Bo Jackson name.
I watched, but the thing is, I study it. Running back was my favorite position.
Look,
I'll say this as a lineman, right? You always
people study Michael Jordan. People study and people know what LeBron James did. You got to know what Michael Jordan did to know what LeBron James hasn't. You feel what I'm saying?
Gambling. All right, let me not go there. But I'll say this: like, I didn't catch it live. I did not, but I do appreciate what I did see of him, and it was special. Which is why probably until Derrick Henry, he was the freakiest player that I would always go to as one of the greatest running backs I've ever seen.
Wait. You're missing a person. Adrian Peterson.
He said Adrian Peterson earlier.
Yeah, the problem, but yeah, I guess I'll combat that and say this: the problem with AP is you got to see him go out on his shield the wrong way. I think that's why he's not in the front of people's minds.
They did that to him with that child abuse thing, man. That was corny, man. They didn't have to do him like that.
Yeah, and then he came back old and washed. He got
Yeah,
the what is it? The stem cell knees.
yeah.
Like you could tell he was still
He
a
went and got the
freak.
Dwayne. He went and got the Dwayne Wade surgery.
Yeah, like he was moving good, but it's like an old man moving good.
Yeah. Nah, no,
So that's the problem.
I dig it. I dig it.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why he
So
kind of
you think
fades to
if he
some
would have went
people.
out on the Shield, you think if he would have went out on the Shield, it would like you would think of him with a higher regard?
Let's say if um his 2,000-yard year on the Vikings, that was like the last you've seen of him, people would still be talking about that legend.
I don't even
But
consider that the year that I don't even consider that being his best year. It was the year before that, actually, when he almost got to 2,000.
well, I only go to that year because of course, he's coming off the torn ACL,
Yeah,
which was at that time a death sentence in football and most sports, but football, especially at a running back.
Well, for Marcus Lattimore, it was coming out of South Carolina, but not for my boy Frank Gore.
Yeah, Frank Gore, he's one of those freaks that was able to
He was a
stay
freak of nature
healthy
with
consistently.
he was a freak of nature with the two injuries, with the two knee injuries coming out. Of Miami.
Frank Gore would be respected more if he didn't play another 5 years.
You think so?
Yeah, because he went to go be old on the Jets. He went to and a few other teams I forgot right now.
He got his
But
walking papers. So he got his walking papers and his walker.
Washington, I think went to Washington too, right?
yeah, when you get to watch the people who are great be I have that fear right now. Not to deviate, but I have that fear with Klay Thompson right now. I have a fear like if I watch him be trash, like it's gonna hit different.
But you have watched him be trash.
He's been solid.
He's only getting the accolades he gets because he plays with that man.
All right,
and you got Draymond Green facilitating to him. But if you go to the game where nobody was there and it was him running the team, man, that dude was horrible, bruh.
What'd you say?
I wouldn't say that.
Man, I've seen Klay Thompson. Oh my God, I've seen some games where I'm like, Klay, bro, please hurry up and come back, Curry, please.
Well, I'll say this: the last year when Curry went out, him and Jordan Poole started gelling like never before, and them niggas was hooping.
Do you think it was
Curry,
Jordan Poole and then like Thompson kind of rolled off of that?
I wouldn't. Nah, I'm not saying it was Jordan Poole because Klay was a leading scorer every game.
You
Klay
talking about prior to that? Okay.
Well, no, I'm talking about when Steph Curry went out and they had that 8-week stretch of just Jordan Poole and Klay. Klay Thompson was leading scoring every game.
Oh no! I know he was leading the scoring, but leading the scoring and like basically impacting the game with your shooting, I believe it's two different things. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you can have a quiet 25 easy and nobody even know how you got it.
And lost by 16.
But no, they was winning. The thing is, I don't know what we mean by that because Klay shooting 40% from the 3-point line. That's better than
Nico. I don't know if they was winning like that.
500.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
500 without your star is great.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, 500 is. I will take that all day. Of course, I'll take that all day. But
that's like you take the star off anybody's team, they're gonna fail. But they kept it 500. That lets you know they had something going.
But see, my thing though was
you made it appear like when you said they was winning, like they was.
Well, it's because they went on a 7-game win streak.
Yeah, but see,
so they got hot.
Thompson was supposed to do that. He has been supposed to do that for years now when somebody goes out, and he hasn't. So I commend him for doing that. But my thing about the Jordan Poole thing was it kind of feels like he was like going off that hype a little bit. You know what I mean? Like Jordan Poole out there doing his thing, looking marvelous. I think it kind of propelled his upside a little bit as well.
Nah, looking marvelous is crazy, but because Jordan Poole, every time the game got late, he would start fumbling the basketball. He'd get into his saucy dribbles, lose it out of bounds.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the dumb stuff.
Because he's thinking about Ice Spice.
Well, I'm just saying in general, like he wasn't even cooking like that. He had certain hot moments, but Klay Thompson was the only consistent. Is what I'm getting at.
No. Poole was consistent, bro.
Jordan Poole was distracted.
No, but Jordan Poole was putting them numbers when.
And now he's over there in Washington. Ice Spice gone. He done wasted all that money.
Well, they found out that he had a glass jaw, and you can't have a glass jaw and be speaking out that glass jaw, talking stuff. So.
I ain't got your
Steph
opinion.
Curry backpack.
Yeah, what is your opinion on him being an expensive backpack?
I mean, you said
That's what I'm
only
saying. That's
exclusive
what got his
backpack.
jaw. That's what got his jaw rearranged.
I mean, hey, it's the year of the designer backpack, man. Let's just say it like that. The money is out
I
there for the
wasn't
designer
hating. He was
backpacks.
telling the truth. Hey, I don't hate on the truth, man.
Hey, year for the designer backpacks, man. Everybody can get it right now.
Draymond said, you consider me a backpack? I'm a champion. Crack.
I mean, I still consider, like if it wasn't for Green, they wouldn't have those championships. Personally, to me,
Green cost him a championship.
no, LeBron cost him a championship cheating like that.
No,
No,
I ain't
Green.
gonna say Green. Steph Curry did. He started shooting 25% from three.
No, he took the
Man, Steph
momentum
Curry
away.
did for
Nico.
for
You
Dex,
what?
guys
they
got
was
to
winning
remember,
every
they
game
had
after
the
that, late.
momentum.
They were
They
up in
had the
every game
momentum.
though, and they gave it away.
No, Curry would come down. He would get the ball by himself. He would come down and
Nah,
then
man,
hold the
Green
ball
did that,
and
man. He
then do
gave them
something
a
stupid with the
stimulus
ball out of
package.
bounds. It was a setup, bro. It literally looked like he got the ball and was like, "Look, everybody move. I'm gonna do something stupid on the sideline and I'm gonna lose the ball out of bounds 4 times in a row."
Yeah, that
Like,
you know what?
like you're
Steph Curry
shorthanded
is
Curry, bro. You have
Steph
shorthanded.
Curry is
How do
such
you
a
lose the
bitch
ball
ass
like that?
nigga, bro. I hate to say it. He didn't want Klay Thompson to have an important shot at that time. He was
You think
so
so?
yeah. Klay was the guy who he was looking to throw the pass to, but he threw it behind the back pass and went out of bounds. Klay Thompson was wide
I think he
open.
had to. I think they told him. Bro. LeBron had to win.
So you think the game was
LeBron
rigged?
had to win, bro. LeBron had to win, bro. You can't just have him be getting up there whooped by Curry and then say he's the best, and you want to compare him to Jordan, but he can't beat Curry.
I don't know
Like, come
what
on, man.
statement you're talking about, Gemini.
You see this? You see what Jordan fans will do?
I'm trying to figure. I'm trying
Jordan
to
fans,
figure
hold
out
on.
why do he feel the game was rigged?
We feel it's not now, or is that so? We're
I
on
mean,
that. We're
Steph
on that.
Curry was a sellout. That's what I call it because I've seen him do it many times. Now, if he
Wait.
didn't do it
No,
many times, I wouldn't say
Steph
that.
Curry always caved under pressure until that last
Are we saying
championship.
that? Are we saying that this is not sports entertainment? Is this what we're not saying?
No, but
No,
I'm
I
just
wouldn't say
asking
that.
you. No, I'm just asking you. Why do you think that game was rigged? That
Well, the whole thing
series.
is WWE, fam. Like, come on
Oh
now. We
shit!
know it has to
Somebody's
be.
doing a super chat.
You
Who
know, it has
this?
to be. Come on, the whole thing is WWE, man. You have
Oh,
to
shout out
narrate
to
the story.
Armis.
You have to narrate the
Armis
story.
Jones for the $20
Armin
super
Jones,
chat.
salute.
Hey, yeah, appreciate you for that. I did not see that, but I did see Flight post about Zion playing center.
That is the dumb.
They got a 6'6" obese center.
That is dumb. No, he's not obese. That boy looking. Boy, that boy's cut up. He ready to roll. That boy in
Well,
shape.
he is now. I just got to poke my fun because I can't
Yeah.
conceive an NBA player with nothing but greatness to achieve deciding to eat himself
So
into a blob.
wait a minute, Nico. Brandon Ingram is going to play point guard.
What?
So what the hell they going to do with CJ McCullough?
Wait. Well,
Shooting
CJ
guard.
McCollum's always been a shooting guard. He's never been a point guard.
But he played more
Oh,
PG
okay,
for them though. He was bringing the
okay.
ball to court. I feel like they're gonna put him back in that
That
Damian
Portland
Lillard
role.
role.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Damian Lillard role where he the sidekick.
That's a diverse spot right there. Like, because literally you have people that are interchangeable at the 1 and 2, basically all the way to the 3. So, I mean, let it roll. See what happens.
So
Now I want
if they're gonna make Brandon Ingram the point guard, that means he's gonna have to play make. Because they tried to experiment with Zion, right? The point Zion thing that didn't work. All they did was ward Zion down. Now Brandon Ingram's gonna come over and play point guard. This was the role that he was kind of playing with the Lakers a little bit.
But think about it like this: Brandon Ingram's not that fast, right? So when he comes up that court by half court, he's probably gonna be trying to get rid of that ball. Most likely, the ball is gonna go to McCollum. Now you already know McCollum's. Come on now, he's.
I'm trying to imagine Brandon Ingram in a half court playing point guard.
Huh?
I'm trying to imagine Brandon Ingram in a half court playing point guard, making decisions.
It's gonna look like NBA 2K, like a tall like.
Nah, I'll tell you what it is. It's finna be a dude to come down court and shoot that damn ball. That's what it's finna look like.
I don't need him to do that. He hasn't even been doing that consistently.
But he gonna do that
He
though.
said, "Do the super chat."
Man, you got to do
I'm
that.
not understanding what Gemini is asking.
I just think they're literally trying to find another Magic Johnson. Like they're literally trying to find like.
Oh, I think he missed when you already read it.
like a
Oh,
LeBron James, Magic Johnson type.
yeah. So remember, Magic put him at the point guard. Remember when he was with the Lakers
Yeah, because
to try to
Yeah,
get the ball in his
2016.
hand and
yeah,
see if he can do a little something.
yeah, if he
He
could
was
do
too
what he did.
wiry and weak at that time, though.
Yeah,
That jump shot was
exactly.
flat as hell.
And plus his
It's not even
IQ
about
was
being
low.
wiry. It's not even about being wiry or too fat. Like if you don't have that vision, or like you're not thinking ahead of time of what 5 players are going to do, actually 10.
Well, Brandon Ingram can't keep his eyes open. That's why he can't see anybody.
Well, I mean, you can't smoke a gang of blunts before the game. Like you got to literally wait till after. Yeah.
Dude, eyelids is heavy. So I don't know how that's going to work out, but I think that's going to be interesting.
I don't think Brandon Ingram breaks up until like the second half. Like I think like that's when the high wears down a little bit for him in halftime, and then that's when he comes out and tries to do work. But yeah.
So CJ going to the 2, Brandon Ingram the 1, Zion at center. I don't know what they're going to do with Valanciunas. And I assume Herb Jones will be the 3.
I mean, Valanciunas can play. He can play outside too. So I mean, that's cool. Like it's not like he gets beat off the dribble that often. So that's I mean, see what happens.
I'm sorry to tell you, Pelican fans, it sounds like a dumb idea,
It
but I'm
does,
not
so
surprised. I'm not surprised considering the fan base.
But maybe this is a way to work him back into the lineup a little bit. You know what I mean? Without like going too fast on him. You know, he play center. You know, you slow it down a little bit for him.
I mean, if he don't want to move, but he gonna have to really get up there for them boards, though.
What?
One thing I can say is, I'm gonna give
the highest hops in the league.
Well, the thing is, a lot of people got high hops and ain't trying to go get no boards.
But they don't have a second. They don't have a second jump like he does.
Well, I hope he still got that second jump. I want to see. I'm not saying he's lost anything, but I want to see it myself.
No, you're right. We got to see it again. But I mean, I haven't seen too many people literally miss 3 times and then get the rebound 3 times over 2 people. Like, I mean, that's like that man. That's a gift right there, bro. I'm sorry.
Seen Carmelo Anthony do it.
I've seen him do it too.
And that they can't jump that.
I don't know how he was getting them. They was on fingertips. He was catching with fingertips. Fingertip grip on the ball.
Rebounding is mostly a reading game anyway. Yeah, you just got to get in position.
It's chess, not checkers, man. That's all it is, man. You're literally trying to equate the geometry of the ball coming off the rim.
Because I'll be honest, when I seen LeBron at the 5, that nigga was struggling. That nigga was begging for help.
Excuse me, the Ramis.
LeBron's a little flimsy, like you know what I mean? Like, ow.
LeBron ain't flimsy.
Yeah, you ain't 6'9", 270 flimsy though.
No, he's not flimsy. LeBron is what's the word for that? Not stoic. Not stoic, but
the word is Captain
stiff.
America.
Yeah, LeBron is more stiff than flimsy.
I don't know how many times you gonna run over somebody and fall down at the same time. Like, stop doing
the man is 50.
Like,
give him a break.
Bro. You're bigger than everybody.
Yeah, and he wearing low top shoes. You know, it's hard.
Nah, you're a train. You're a runaway train coming at me, and you're gonna holler at me about a foul. Like, come on, bro. No, don't do that.
Okay, but Aramis, what about how Brandon Ingram played on the USA team in FIBA tournament play? He was a no-show. He was absolutely a dud.
He didn't care.
How do we explain that?
They don't care about the Olympics like the other players do.
Then why did he go if he didn't care?
It's a check. Probably want to get away from his girl.
They do that every night.
Here we go.
They rarely home. I ain't gonna cap. I was just watching Russell Westbrook with his wife, and they was talking about how she been the one doing all the heavy lifting so far.
Do y'all think this is David Griffin idea of trying to move Brandon Ingram to the 1?
Nah.
Or is it Willie Green?
I think Willie Green trying to experiment.
I think David Griffin have his fingerprints all over this one.
Man, I think David.
I mean, when you a trash ass team, you can afford to experiment.
Man, look, Griffin ain't doing nothing.
They're not going to be trash with Zion. Remember with Zion, they was the number 1 seed in the West until they got hurt.
Remember, Zion was kind of playing like a center position when he had the ball. Like he was always on the block. Like he was killing all the centers.
That's all. How else he going to play? Because he can't shoot from the outside.
Well, yeah. Well,
So he on year 4 and still ain't developed a jump shot.
It's a jumper.
Nah, he's scared to lift up like that.
He has a jumper. Maybe the shot part of the jumper.
He got a
is
set
not all
shot.
the way through. No, he just has the jumper right now. The shot part of the jumper is not all the way there yet. So, but he has the jumper.
He said Steve Kerr wasn't using them correctly. BI thrives more when actually having the ball.
Steve Kerr.
I mean that.
BI slows the ball down, bro. He plays slow sometimes.
You better thank the Lakers for that.
Bro, sometimes he just has the ball.
But see, the thing of it is, when you around that kind of talent, you have to adjust. Aramis, you have to adjust. That shows signs of a good player with high IQ, because you're not going to always be spoiled with the ball in your hand. You have to be able to be flexible when it comes to playing on a team like the USA internationally. And he didn't adjust well.
The USC team was built. It was a bogus team put together from the jump. Like, I mean, let's be realistic. That team was not going to win nothing, bro.
Yeah.
Like the world.
I can't say that though.
They could at least got a medal, like a bronze or something.
The World League has got way better players than a lot of these young players out here because of AAU. Period.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Overseas playing.
But you got to remember though, Chance.
14, huh?
The United States didn't send their best. Not even close. These are C-level players. C-level. They're not even B-level players.
Man, we had Jalen Brunson. We had
I thought I seen Austin Rivers out there, bro. I don't know.
We had Tyrese Halliburton out there. We had some niggas out there. The thing is, they started to doubt themselves.
That's C-level though.
Tyrese who?
Come on, that's $200 million. Stop it. That's $200 million
for what?
Anthony and Tyrese Halliburton, $200 million.
What you all-star?
All-star.
Yeah, but that's not top tier all-star. That's bottom tier all-star.
Man, that's like when you go on 2K and you.
But that's like B level.
And you get the 2,000. You get the 2,000 worth.
But what about everybody else?
And then you go get the other Shaq, and that's like.
Bronson wasn't no all-star.
Huh?
I think
Bronson wasn't an all-star. What about the rest of the roster?
Yeah, Bronson wasn't an all-star. He should have been though.
Yeah, I'm gonna say he should have been. He was basically an all-star though. And then you had
people on that roster we never even heard of.
Who?
Nah, only person that was out of place was Cam Johnson. They had Michael Bridges.
No, they had a couple of white boys on there.
Yeah, but they wasn't playing. Austin Reed's the only one they kept forcing in the game.
Okay.
And you know Austin was going to get in the game because LeBron James. You know, come on now. That's LeBron James road dog.
Yeah, we're going to pull back up tomorrow. We're going to shut it down. Shout out Nico, Dex, Chance. Appreciate everybody who came through. We're going to do this again tomorrow. Peace and love.
Flight Sports TV, man. Yeah. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.